wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? Welcome back. It's Trade the Pool, and we're ready to get after the day. I know you guys are, so let's get after the day. Right now, I'm in a trade, DXYZ. Still in this bad boy. I've been up a couple of times, let's say a cool 500, but looking for a little more. Looking for a big trade here. DXYZ, of course, SpaceX. Will we see the space stocks launch off today? We'll be taking a look to see if we get more mentions. Let's go to the SPY. Let's take a little peek here as the market is just back and forth, unchanged. The battle is on. Will the bears take lead and start to pull back further down? Or will the bulls get back above the 740s today and start to drive? We will take a look here to see what happens, of course, and watch to see what kind of trades are available to you. Let's go first to our playbook action. Then, of course, we'll kick it off here and get towards our sunrise. Let's go to the playbook and take a look at some trade ideas. All right, guys, let's talk a little bit about the playbook action here. Playbook action right now, what we're going to look at is along on XLE here. XLE, of course, you guys can see is going up there towards 60.85. I talked about this yesterday, how we could see this pullback and then a move right back up, right? I even drew it out there, and sorry about that. Got a little bit of an issue there on the platform there, so just give me a quick second here. So just give me a second. I'll pull that right back up here. And like always, guys, we'll see what happens today. I'm going to be looking to see if we can see ourselves get a little bit of a rally. I'll be watching to see the XLE, looking to see oil continuing to spike, at least for the short term. And we got a little bit of a pullback and then a move right back up. So we will have to take a look to see how that starts to perform here. But definitely going to be watching names like some China names like Baba. They got the lift overnight. I was trying to trade these yesterday. I got stopped out a couple of times. Maybe just didn't give it enough room. But now starting to see these start to make the move, right? So XLE, of course, it was a name that we were talking about. Let's go to the daily chart. I drew this yesterday. Would we see a little small pullback and then a launch right back off? Well, that's exactly what we saw there. This is why you come to Trade the Pool. This is what you get, right? Nobody else was probably telling you that exact outlook yet. EV Mux. Good old EV Mux. Sorry about that, guys. Just ran into a little bit of some issues there. Looks like we're having a little bit of our streaming software issues here. But here's the trade idea, guys. You guys saw the action there. Let me make sure you guys can hear me. Yeah, you can hear me, at least. All right, we'll see if this gets back above the 61, starts to make a move to 63s. We're looking like we're climbing that already in the pre-market. So the move could be already done. That's the other thing. So just be careful for some pullback action there. We'll see what happens. Let's go to the next action here. Let's talk about a defensive name that's been making a nice move. This could be a little bit of a comeback move. It's Sprouts Farms. If you guys have been to a Sprouts Farms, let me know in the chat, because I think this is the best chicken out there in the grocery stores. And you guys let me know. Have you guys found the better chicken in the grocery stores than Sprouts Farmers Market? I don't think so, guys. But of course, if you guys don't remember, this stock was pretty significant. At one point, it was 170. Has come back underneath the 100. It gapped underneath the 100. I think at this point, you can recover 100, start making your way back towards 110. Is it going back to 180? I don't know about that, but I will say that I could see it at least push back in towards the 100. It's trading at 90, 98 right now on the offer, but 88.39 was the last print. And we'll look to see if this can start to make a move, right? Sprouts, of course, printed a clean level 1 breakout on Monday as grocery stores led the broader rotation out of high multiple tech. We're looking to see an add on the 9 EMA dip supported by strong recently quarterly results, an upgraded full year guidance, and renewed investor attention surrounding its wellness product expansion. We'll see what happens there. SFM. All right, guys, that's one trade there. Let's keep it going. Let's talk about another trade. Let's go to Johnson Johnson. I talked about this trade yesterday before it started to make the move back up. We were talking about it here, looking for a 9 EMA pullback and then a move back up. Johnson & Johnson, red, and then what happens? Of course, pulled back. Monday's action, pulls back, holds straight back up. Almost right back up through that daily chart. So looking really good on this chart to start to attack this trend line, the 235. That's the next stop there for Johnson & Johnson. And I could see it going back to 250. It's a great looking trade. We'll see what happens there on Johnson & Johnson and overall health. You can be taking a look at Lilly, another setup here back above 1,000. I'll be watching. That's not a bad one to kind of take a look at, right? Back above 1,000 could be a nice little move. It's really going to also depend to see what happens on the XLV. And of course, can the healthcare plans hold on? As long as those can keep holding on, I think we'll be all right here in healthcare and could see a little bit of some lift. Of course, the theme today, the flippening is underway, right? Within tech. Yesterday, we saw capital aggressively rotating outside of AI hardware and into software, IT services, and value defensives. Rising treasury yields, of course, continue to press growth multiples, pushing investors into names like the grocery stores, energy, healthcare, ahead of course, massive retail earnings later this week. However, all eyes remain firmly fixed on Nvidia's Wednesday's earnings print, which will ultimately dictate whether this hardware is an unwind or it's just a structural shift, or maybe even just a short-term breather. Very much could be, right? All right, guys, we'll catch up with you guys in the chat. What's going on out there, traders? Never heard of a Sprouts. Wow. Mike, we got to get you out here, man. It's definitely here on the east side of Coast, and it's one of the best. Definitely. It's just like let's say like a Whole Foods, but I think it's better than a Whole Foods. It's a little expensive. Let's just be honest, right? All these high-end grocery stores are expensive, but man, that chicken's good. I'll tell you that much. All right, never heard of it. Hey, well, chat, let me know. Have you heard of a Sprouts Farms? It's good to see you guys out there. Smash the like. We'll keep the party going here. Let's talk about some more trading action. We'll get to the Sunrise Report. We'll talk about what's going on in the market and why. Let's get to that action here in just a second. Let's go ahead. Let's kick things off in the Sunrise Report. All right, traders, let's go to the action. Let's talk about what's going on right now. The pre-market tape, of course, is engineering a fragile relief rally here as the time being. We'll see if it can hold on, of course. Yesterday, we got a little bit of a rebound, but we're just hanging in here this morning. Will we actually see a lift above the 740s? That's things that I'll be watching. But, of course, it dictates on 103. The structural level of WTI right now holding in, and that's what we need to be watching. Brent crude was down there towards 110. Of course, this was off the headlines, right? That Washington paused a military strike on Tehran to pursue a diplomatic framework. However, this superficial equity bid file, of course, directly is into a structural contradiction. The 10-year Treasury yield is not letting up, right? And refusing to surrender the 4.6 threshold, holding nearly one-year highs as a domestic stagflation mechanics start to solidify a little bit here. The yield, of course, chokehold reveals that the fixed income desk are systematically pricing out the Federal Reserve's rate cuts for the remainder of 2026. So that means no rate cuts coming soon. Not good things there. Viewing, of course, the temporal energy pause as a violation illusion under the underlying core CPI pressure accelerates. Equity futures are constantly trapped between a translucent geopolitical hopium and a multi-year repricing of the terminal rate. Of course, we will talk a little bit more about the action semiconductor multiples and what's going on here. Despite, of course, structural top-line infrastructure growth, legacy names like Intel and Broadcom, of course, we're getting a little bit of a push, but we'll see what happens. They're starting to fade off this morning, and you can see it already. Intel down there to 106. We could see further fade in those names as we see the momentum turn here. Of course, the semiconductor sector is exhibiting several severe terminal expansion fatigue. The broader equity complex remains, of course, entirely dependent on the near-term Nvidia earnings to justify what? The hyperextended valuations. But the underlying margin compression forming in rising raw materials is being systematically attacked right now by the retail traders, right? So long-term duration equity multiples cannot structurally withstand a sustained 4.6 yield environment. So we need to kind of continue to watch how those stocks perform. The persistent lack of broader market breadth stands a clear sign that the institutional capital is quietly fading this tech-centric index illusion. We'll see what happens here. Will we see some further downside in tech, right? Let's go to some of the names that are moving this morning. We can go to Tesla here. Tesla's getting a little bit of a move here. We'll continue to watch to see what happens out there. But Tesla pulling back now down towards 405 when it was just at like 450. So at this point, I'm ready to buy the dip here. We'll see where we get the action. But yeah, below towards 400, I would love to get an opportunity here. And we're getting a nice chance to get the pullback after a big rip. We've had 1, 2, 3, 4 days to try to undercut. And you guys know how I believe in the rule of 4. So I'm going to be watching to see what happens here in Tesla. Of course, the EV pioneer faces intensifying multi-regional margin compression, structural demand destruction, and he lost the bet. Elon lost his bet against Sam Altman in the trial, right? He said that he will appeal. But right now, we're starting to see a little lift there in Tesla. I actually like this trade. I like the bet. I already like how it went down to the 404 50s. It could be a nice bet just off of this. Wouldn't mind to take a little bit of a bet here on Tesla today. So we'll keep it on the radar. We'll keep watching to see if we take a trade even right here. I just need to see the SPY really start to show a really strong move and get back above the 740s. Right now, we're trying to peak back above the 736.40s. If we hit above, let's say 737.22s, I'll let you guys know, and we'll start to pay attention a little bit more to the SPY rally. All right, we can take a look at some different stocks that are moving out there. I didn't see too much that was, something crazy, but let's talk about here a deal here. AAL is one name. It's not AAL. Man, the AI screwed this one up. We're gonna go yell at it a little later. But Anglo American, and so that's not AAL. That's for sure. That's American Airlines. Let me get it here. I'm just trying to get the ticker here correct and kind of make the change there. Oh, I know why. Because it trades AAL, but on the LSE. So this is the hard part. It trades in London, right? And so that's the problem there. On London Stock Exchange, it is the AAL. That's how it is sometimes, guys. It's just that it trades like that in London. I just had to go look up the Sprouts chart. Ooh, did you see that chart? It's a pretty one. Sprouts sounds great. I mean, you got to check it out. If you haven't, Joe, and you didn't check one out in Florida, man, you messed up, man, because they're really good. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, they're a little expensive, though. You can't go there shopping for everything. Sprouts is where I shop, Lisa Lee says, in California. Well, you know the good stuff. And if it's in Cali, well, it's probably good. It's just probably expensive also. So, Lisa, let us know. What do you think about it? What do you think about their chicken? Have you had their roasted chicken? I think it's one of the best out there. All right, let's keep going. We'll see what else is out there, traders. Smash the like. We're going to have a great day today. Joe, it's good to see you out there. It's good to see all you guys out there. Say hello. If maybe this is your first time on the show, it's always good to see you guys in the chat. All right, guys, we'll take a look at some different trade ideas. Let's go to some trade ideas. Let's talk about what was going on yesterday and where we saw some of the pullback. So a lot of the pullback came in the AI names, right? You saw the semiconductors names really starting to take a hit, right? And it was really a mix, right? You saw like names like, let's say, ASML, semiconductor equipment material name, take a hit to the downside, right? You started to see the Micron trade take a hit to the downside. And it's really all came off the heels of what? A mention from STX, right? And so if you guys don't know, and I'll pull up the actual quote here for us. So let me just go ahead and pull up my outlook for yesterday. This is something I do on my own. So if you guys are looking forward to getting an outlook for the evening, take a look into my, of course, Twitter. You guys can always add me at MoneyMitch_TTP for Trade the Pool, of course. Check it out on Twitter. I'm going to be starting to put these up as an article so that way traders can get access to my information. Let's take a look here. Seagate, 7% down, right? And it was all based on this mention of the Iran strike off. So let's go ahead. I can pull in the report here to kind of just show you guys that. Really, it was all based off of this kind of action right here that was talked about. Seagate CEO David Mosley at the JP Morgan conference. Building new factories would just take too long. Read capacity cannot keep up with the AI-driven hard drive demand. Market immediately fears this as a sector-wide constraint. Micron down 6% in sympathy, plus compounding news that Nvidia's H200 chip sales in China have failed, right? So we'll see what happens there. WDC also announcing a post-quantum cryptography hard drive. This was positive, but still got overshadowed by the STX sell-off. So if we do see a rally, maybe WDC could be the target on the upside. But definitely that comment there definitely should have caught your attention, and we should be paying attention to see what happens now in this trade. Will we see it completely just crash now? I think that's something to think about, right? And another thing to be thought about, will we start to see supply constraints affect the potential output that wants to be matched, right? So the hyperscalers are trying to make these data centers. Will we start to see their actual end dates, their expected project end date start to get pushed back because of supply concerns? That could be the way that you start to hit this market a little bit, because then now you're spending with an expectation of return coming down the line, and you're pushing that return down or back, right? Pushing it back down the line, right? So if that is going to happen, that could be, I think, the way that you start to see further downside action come in. Another area that was, of course, strong yesterday was the software names. But I think there's a specific thing here that I want to mention. I'm not trying to trade everything software. I'm trying to focus in on the areas that are hot and looking good. You guys can trade some of the other names, like let's say like a Figma that's in the dirt. This one could keep going right back up. It's as hurt as ever. This is kind of more of your momentum name, your beta to catch, right? Let's say like your owl of the asset management, right? So this is your now name that you would be grabbing right off the bottom, near the bottom there, and really turning. Yesterday had a really good day and could continue up today. There's a couple other ones there that I definitely take a look at. But I can talk about some of these, right? I want to talk about cybersecurity, though. That's, I think, is an important one. But like if you wanted to go for another name here, you could go for like a Now. And yeah, I had a feeling it was going to happen again. Need to get my computer fixed. I think it's something to do with on my side, but I'm not sure. I think it has something to do with maybe my BIOS. I'm going to be updating everything. It's just a little bit of work, right? So I'm thinking this is majority on my side, even though we've had some gremlins lately. But hey, don't pour water on my computer anymore. Let's get back to the charts. Let's talk about the action here. Tesla pulling back a little bit there, finally starting to get a little bit of a lift there in DXYZ. This is my big bet of the week. We'll see what happens. How has it panned out for me? There's not many times where I have like a high conviction bet. This is a high conviction bet. We'll see how it plays out here. Will I get the lift, right? I've seen a couple of pushes. I've seen a couple of attempts. What I love is that it's holding sideways. That sideways hold gives me the great ability to do what? To position in. Now I think traders are positioned in, looking for the break back above this 54 and going to the upside. Will we get the action move? Let's see if we can get some pre-market run. I would love for this to already be up going into the market. Go to like 55, right into the market, right? Then we have the ability of really ripping towards like 60 and above, which could be quad digits today. Let's get to the action. Let's get to the money. What's going on, traders? It's good to see you guys out there. Ingrid, good morning. It's good to see you. The Aussie chick in the house. And I love me some Bluey, so Go Aussies. Let's see what that's out there. Shah, how we doing? Good morning. It's good to see you guys. Any stocks that you guys want to take a look at, make sure you guys throw it up. What's your favorite ETF to trade, says Pop Mafia. I can't blame you for that mentality or thinking about a question like that. Well, it depends, right? I'm always a go with the flavor type of guy, right? So I'm looking for rotation. But if there was any ETF that I've liked to trade or have done so in the past, right? I think you got to just kind of take a look at what you're trying to get after, right? Maybe you're trying to get after some growth names, right? So you can take a look at it like an ARKK, right? But maybe you just like to take, overall market bets, right? You could do that, right? You can just go with some daily action, right? Like the SQQQ or maybe SOX, right? I'm not the biggest fan of leverage ones. I will say that, just kind of preference. I mostly like to stick towards other names, like right now. I can give you an idea. One, it would be a hack, right? My man can come in with this one. Let's bring in Michael Noss. Let's talk about some trading action. Let's talk about the hack ETF as we see the hack out there continuing their hack on higher. Of course, we've talked about this last week on Monday, how we could see the cybersecurity names continue to run, and boy, are they running. What's going on, Michael? It's good to see you. Oh, the good old gremlins. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. One
All right,
of
there we go.
us.
I'm
One
back.
of us. One of us.
Yeah, I was just saying,
One of us.
don't jinx me with the hack, right? Yeah, I've been talking about how I've been in that one for a while. It's like years.
What do you mean jinx you? I'm giving you the green light go, Michael. You should feel confident. If I found it and I'm seeing, and we talked about this, right? Look at the run in Pan W. Let's run through some of these names, and then
there's hack and there's also I think bug is
different. I would not like bug at all. I looked through it, man. It has too much of these smaller names. So I looked through it, and the reason why I like hack is that it keeps it to a market cap above $1 billion. So
and that's the main difference for, I think, to hammer on for the audience, right? Is that one is your big cap, one is your small cap. So it's like, we talk about the SPY and we talk about the IWM. You've got your large cap and you got your small cap one. So as always, that trade-off is big cap is going to be
higher
more
quality,
consistent,
man.
Higher quality, but less returns. So safer and potentially less returns. Bug is going to be the complete opposite. It is going to be, more crazy, which could be good, could be bad. It's like leverage, double-edged sword. If you're right, it's going to rip. If not, it's not, right? So just so you know, just cleaning up some charts here too.
Yeah, I mean, it's when you think about it, I mean, it's like about like a half of a beta of the bug. Right? If I just draw it like based on percentage return of what's happened in the last, let's say, week, right? But of course, it has access, right, at the top to what I would say is the four amigos, we're gonna call them, Michael. It's Cisco, PanW, CrowdStrike, and Fortinet. And look at those charts. Oh boy, those are just massive breakouts.
And I think it shows the difference too between like subsectors, so like IVG is all of your software. And of course with IVG, you're going to have a lot of these software names. And that's been doing, great off the bottom. I'm in this trade, been talking about it, but this is nowhere near all-time highs, right? It's been in a downtrend for a year or so, and it's not getting anywhere near that yet. Could happen, of course, we don't know. But hack just cracked an all-time highs yesterday. So it shows that the market, you can see the narrative here, which is, okay, they may vibe code my Asana away. They may vibe code my Monday.com or whatever it is. They're not vibe coding my CrowdStrike. Not yet, anyway, and not for the foreseeable future. In fact, right, there's an argument. I was talking to a buddy of mine, a cybersecurity guy, and he was like, he would argue, because he's been buying the crap out of all of these names. Like I talk about, if you're in an industry and you know the industry and you're not getting biased by it, then then use your knowledge. And he was seeing this whole drawdown and just hand over fist buying them because he's like, I don't care what you say. I think there's an argument for CrowdStrike being more important with AI because it's easier to hack things with AI. So, that mom and pop company isn't going to vibe code its solution that to get around the AI hackers. It's just going to buy CrowdStrike, and CrowdStrike might become more important now that everybody, they used to call them script kiddies, right? Where you just go and you download an exploit from a website and you can run it, and then all of a sudden you can say, hey, look at me, I'm a hacker. But now, if you have a local LLM and you remove some guardrails from it, you can have it do the hacking. So there's an argument out there that in the world of AI, these guys make more money, not less. They end up, cleaning up because hopefully that's their whole focus now is to come out with some sort of AI solution to some of these problems. But let's do a quick round the horn just of the market, see what's going on. I'll go back to fixing my charts in a bit there. But
just to mention long Tesla. I'm taking a little trade here, setting up something in the background, but I just wanted to mention I didn't want to be that guy that
Did you do Tesla or did you do
straight Tesla?
TSLL?
Straight Tesla. I'm done with the leverage even on the smaller account. Just gonna go smaller.
Really?
Because it just I just seen it too many times where when I play the real vehicle, I win. When I play the leverage, I get too lost in the sauce, Michael.
And there's nothing wrong with that to say, right? Mathematically, it makes no difference, but you're not a robot, right? So there's nothing wrong with saying it's the same as people say, oh, should I sell partials and that kind of stuff? And I say
it's like your
mathematically no.
It's leverage, right? It's like going on margin. Do I need the margin?
Yeah.
Nah, I don't really need the margin. I just need to win the trade. I need to trade it the right way, right? And that leverage might bring more edge towards what? Oversizing, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with just, because some people may hear that and say, well, you just take half as much and whatever, and that's mathematically correct. But it's kind of like the whole thing of, do you pay off your house early? Well, mathematically, no, you should never pay off your house, right? But it feels good, so good. It's like sometimes you just do, sometimes as humans, we just do things that aren't the correct thing. You should never, right? In theory, you should never really put anything on a mortgage, but it's
Michael,
this.
You're talking my language. You're talking exactly what we're going to get into later today, education.
Oh, see? We've been hanging out together too much.
Perfect video on the three, I would say, the mentors right now. And it also includes a little snippet from How to Become the Best Loser, right?
Oh, that's Hogarth, Tom Hogarth. I listened to that book.
It includes a part of that. So I know you're going to love this one. Stay tuned, guys. Later today, education coming up, psychology of trading, a really good outlook.
Anything with... Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Anything with Hogarth is, we'll talk about the book when we get there. It's a great book. But all right, so yeah, just going around the horn, looking at the SPY. It was a nice recovery yesterday, but it wasn't enough, right? It wasn't really substantial, seeing what's happening in the post market. This to me just still seems like we are still just in that range. We've had this nice grind up. Obviously, we need everything to chill out a bit, and then we've come down and we're hanging out inside that range. And I wanted to bring up just an RSI quickly because everyone talks about how overbought we are, and we were, right? This line is the 70 line. This is what the textbooks teach you that overbought, oversold is. I have my gripes with it, but I'll leave those for later. And we got overbought kind of right here. So this is why it tells you don't just short things because they're overbought. It makes no sense. You would have missed out all this, but you can see that even though price hasn't moved much, this is slowly pushing lower. And some people will look at this and say it's an RSI divergence and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that is the case. What happens is over time, you have, I'm just going to try to find another one, when the price moves sideways, just the overbought condition just will sort itself out. And that's what we're starting to see now. So ideally, we end up actually getting this to continue for some time. I would be perfectly happy if for the next 2 weeks we just had this kind of sideways consolidation. The market just worked itself out. It just kind of hung out here, because what you're going to see is this RSI. And with that, I don't care if you use stochastics or whatever it is, whatever your overbought, oversold indicator du jour is, will just naturally drift towards 50, which is about your midpoint. And then sometimes that's where you can get that explosion. So that's what feels like is happening in the market right now, is simply a let's chill it out, right? We went too far too fast. There's some rumblings back and forth. You know, the market always needs an excuse of right, the will they, won't they in Iran. And that to me is again just the excuse that we need to say, okay, are we going to sell off? Doesn't look like it, right? Big bottoming tails every time we get into this kind of 730 area. Or is this something that we're just going to consolidate sideways? So the main thing that I'm watching today, and for some reason my list got nuked, so you'll see me add things back on it over throughout the day, is this RSP and then the SPY. And I wanted to really highlight what happened yesterday, right? RSP, or the SPY, sold off and closed red. It recovered quite a bit, but it still closed red. It was still a down day. And then you go over to RSP, which again, I feel like I should just every once a week explain, right? The same stocks, exact same stocks, exist in the SPY in the RSP. The SPY is called cap weighted, so it essentially means the bigger the company, the more important it is. It seems like it's a great way to invest after about 30 years of data. If you own the cap weighted index, you want your biggest players to make the most impact. But the RSP is the same names, but each one has an equal split in the market. So it's no longer weighted by a few giant names. Everyone gets the say. It's like one vote for each one. So the contrast between the two tells you whether or not, if the RSP is lagging and the SPY is ripping, then you know it's big cap tech, it's your Mag 7s, it's your Nvidias, it's your Teslas, all these guys, they're ripping. And if the other thing is happening, then it means that everything else is ripping, that your large cap tech names are underperforming the rest of the market. And that's what we saw right here. And not only do we see that, look at the volume spike we saw here on the RSP. So we have gotten a lot of volume on the average stock, and a great day yesterday. We showed this. I gotta do up another chart so I can switch faster. But we showed this yesterday, in which we had this kind of surge off the open, and then we never really came down to test that lows. But if we go back to the SPY yesterday, we had a little pop right before the open, and then we sold off all the way into the very close, where I think there was some news that no, I'm not going to bomb them. And you don't even see that in the IWM. So it's not small cap stocks. It is a difference between large cap and mega cap is essentially what we're looking at. So if we go MAGS, which is our Mag 7 ETF, this is equally weighted Mag 7, and we go down to the day. Again, I'll fix this for you guys soon. Same thing. This looks a lot like the SPY, but worse. So we have the Mag 7 being the weakest. We have the every other stock doing okay. Who knows how long this will continue to exist, but it's what's happening right now. And a lot of that is down to financials. So if we go to XLF, look at the day financials had yesterday. We were talking about this all day, how these just ripped right off the open. And most of the day, I bought a bunch of, it's FAS, right? I keep getting confused. FAS for a sec. Yeah, I bought a bunch of FAS yesterday on the close. We'll see if that continues, but that was a big breakout in financials. Now, what is still got a little bit to go, and what would need to really rip to show that this rotation is taking place is XLV, right? XLV had a better day than the market did yesterday. A great move there in the overall market, or in XLV before a down day in the SPY, but still a bit of a dog. Again, I'm in this one. I've been buying kind of throughout this base, but it just I need a little more. Right? I need a little more juice here for to be really confident of this. So that's what I'm watching today. Is do we see the same thing where a large cap tech settles down? We see your SanDisks and all of these names just kind of come in a bit. They take profits in those names. They rotate those profits into finance and into healthcare. And right, if that's what we see, great. Then I'll be there ready for it. If not, then I guess I miss a little bit of the boat on the way up.
guys, I'll definitely be looking around for some trades. Let's talk, speaking of trade action, let's talk about what's going down tomorrow, guys. So tomorrow, guys, we will be hosting a one-on-one trading challenge. We're going to open it up. The registration form will be coming tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern to 9:45 a.m. Eastern. After that, we'll run a raffle. One selected participant will go live on one-on-one at 10 a.m. Eastern against our host. If the participant manages to beat the host, they will win a free 25K valuation account, and we'll be running the challenge twice, meaning that there will be twice the opportunities to win, right? So, hey, get after it, guys. If you want to share the rules, get after it, guys. The rules, of course, the selected trader will be receiving temporary access to a login credentials for a Flex 200K account for the competition. Can you come beat one of the hosts here on Trade the Pool? Get after it, traders. Come check it out, of course. This is all to do through our hub, so you need to have hub access already. Make sure you're already set up before tomorrow.
Which you can get for free. I think it's really important to note that, right? You can set up, and not only you can, what I would recommend doing, set up, you can get a $1 million demo account just to play with the software. I would do that if I was entering this contest. You don't want to be the guy trying to learn the buttons right on day one, right? So open it up, put in your email. It's free. Get a demo account. Start playing around, right? You saw that I just had to, something happened with my layout, so I just had to reset that up. But right, so do all this first, so you're not trying to do it while you're trading.
Yep, get after it, guys. Get after the challenge. We'll see what happens there and what we can come up with. It's good to see you out there. How we doing, Jane?
All right, looking good, looking good. Everything is looking good. And, you know, as Michael was stating, I've got a reboot as well on my software. I had the data coming in and it just got to reboot that. Any event, still pretty much seeing across the board that they are not selling the market, that this is going to be some of the buy opportunities on the dips. So looking to see that we are going to have a nice little discount, but not selling the market just yet. So look for those buying opportunities. This could be a complete gift on the SPY. If you guys want to check that out, I'm showing disconnected. Let me reconnect here. Calculating. Let's get that.
I got the SPY up here for you.
Awesome. So with the SPY, you know, we could pull back to 715.50, and that would still be in a nice upward trend. We would still be above all of the bigger money. And that's a scenario where that's where I would look to somewhat get in. With the Qs, still major buying across the board, starting to see the volume pick up just a little bit. But the big guys are still way down at 584 for the Qs. So 584, hey, we've got a lot of space. It's higher risk, but those guys are still in it. They have not sold with super big volume yet since April. They're still hanging out down below. Some other levels to watch are 608. So for now, it's still buy the dip, but wait for that retracement move to stop in place, because if you're trying to catch it right now, you might not be there, might not be at the level where they're going to stop just yet, and you might have a little bit more of a drawdown that's going to happen. But overall, Russell, we're starting to see 276.88. We're below that. I've got my 33 EMA at 273.84. So if we go below that level, 273.84 is where my 33 is. You can see also on the chart that we've got a nice little support area, if it were to be an M, around 271. But the bigger money is just hanging above us with 5 points at 276.88 there. And if we don't bounce, we had a bounce on Friday off of that 33 EMA. It tends to be pretty strong. So if it fails today, I'd watch for a pull down on the broader market, 262 area. And last one up with the Dow, DIA. Right now, my 33 is hanging out at 490.50. If we can stay above that, yeehaw, we're going higher, and we've got the bigger money level at 495.72. So to me, they're just positioning. You can also see it with the chart. It looks like a small slowdown. We saw this happen before, but it could be a big acceleration, bigger time frame that we end up having consolidation and further advancement. Is the ceasefire happening or not? Is the war back on? I think that's something to really watch this week. Also, did you guys cover the Economist and Barron's yesterday?
No, we saved the covers for you, Jane.
Awesome.
You are
Well, and because I'll let you do it. Because I know I do the exact opposite you do with the covers, so we kind of net ourselves out. I think it's a bunch of reporters that don't know anything about trading.
They just want to pull an emotion, right? They're just trying to pull your strings, right?
That's the study that I've done. Calling oil at the top and the dollar. What's the last one? Last one I looked at was when they were saying the dollar was falling apart, and then the dollar just ripped for like 4 weeks in a row.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll let you see what you're looking at, because I just look at it and say, okay, whatever they're saying, I want to be positioned the opposit.
You want to do the opposite, which to me, I look at it as yes, it can be like that. We've got I don't know if you can. Is it available? Can you guys see it?
Do you have a link? You can just put a link in our company chat there, and I'll just pop it up.
You got it. Sorry, the ding ding. There we go. Links. There you go. So that's the Economist right there. And on the Economist, we've got what looks like a black hole with people falling into it. So like an AI black hole. And is this going to be the jobs apocalypse? Are we going to see the job numbers that come out? It's Thursday, right? For unemployment this week, where we got unemployment claims on Thursday. Many times we see the bulk of the move happen on a Wednesday night into Thursday. They position on Mondays, and then bigger move Wednesday, Thursday, close it up on Friday, start fresh again next week. So we've got the jobs apocalypse, and it's also last Ukraine holds the cards. So what's going to happen over there? And DJT, Trump Media, right? So what's going to happen with Trump Media this week? Checking that out in a major downward motion. Just hitting new lows. Let's talk about where that bigger money also is located.
Just always remember with this one, there's somebody who bought, I know somebody, me and Jane both know someone who owns this at 100 and still swears to this day that it's going back to it, which just shows, right? Regardless of your politics, put it all aside when it comes to, right? The quickest way I think to go broke is to bring your politics into your investment decisions. Because man, boom, new all-time lows there, eh?
Yes, new all-time lows. And we've got the bigger money up at 896. So is it going to be continuation for the downward move on the Trump media? I think media in general are going to be watching as well, with CNN, with Ted Turner, that he had his passing away. And CNN is looking for their buyer. Is that going to happen? Are we just 100% streaming with the media now? And on the cover of Barron's, right, we're also showing that, hold on 2 seconds here. Everything is extra slow on my computer today. I apologize about that.
The gremlins, they were getting Mitch yesterday. They're getting you today.
They're still getting me. They're still getting me.
They're going through the cyberspace of EV Bucks into.
I think I might have honed it down, but it's going to take me to actually go buy a flash drive card. I don't even have one of those things anymore.
You don't have a flash drive?
No, I don't even use those things anymore.
It's 2026. Just throw stuff in the cloud, right? But while Jane's fine that, I did want to show, again, shout out Ryan Diedrich, right? He made a comment on this too, where he's talking about, again, the jobs apocalypse thing. And then he actually showed the jobs data. And over the last couple weeks, or the last couple reports, it's been trending up. People are getting more jobs.
I mean,
and
the only thing is, though, in the long run, we can clearly say that this is going to destroy jobs. Like, no one can tell me that this will not destroy jobs.
Unless it's like every other technology in which it destroys and creates, not at the same time, but in some similar matter. Like, I always just look, for me personally, I'm using 3 of the things on 3 different computers, and I'm working more than I ever have. I'm doing way more. I'm way more productive than I ever have, but I'm not doing less. I'm doing more.
That's the
right?
key. The key, though, is you would want this answer. This is the answer right here. The question, Michael. Would you want...
Oh, he says this is the question, and then they get him. Geez, that was poetic. But so this is my theory on Jane on the articles. I think you see this down spike right here in jobs.
Right.
I think this is when they wrote the article. This is when they drafted the cover. This is when 3 weeks ago is when they did all of the work when the jobs report looks shit, and then it's got to go through editors and producers and printers and blah, blah, blah. So then by the time it hits us, it's here. And I think that's why these guys, I don't think it's so much that they're like idiots or anything. Like, I'm not trying to, if anyone's a journalist and you're listening to this, I don't think it's that. I think it's just that the markets move so fast that, like, if you took any clip that I said of anything I said 3 weeks ago, could have been so insanely dead wrong. But as traders, we change our opinions all the time, right? We come in, we use the data. If things change tomorrow, right? It's my favorite is from Peter Bryant, my favorite quote on this, which is like, strong opinions loosely held. I have a strong opinion of what's going to happen next in my stock, but I will just abandon that opinion entirely when price changes. And that's what I think happens here, is that they probably wrote the report even in this kind of, January type of area when we were getting these reports. That would be February, we'd be getting the reports. That's when they wrote it. And then all of a sudden they've, I've got to send it to my editor, and then he's got to proofread it, and then he's got to read it to someone else, and then they have to find the advertisers for the article. Then they actually, because they physically print these friggin' dinosaur things, so they got to send it to a printer, and then they got to print it, and then it's like, by then it's like, who cares about what you wrote 3-4 weeks ago, right? So that's, again, so I'm not trying to disparage anyone out here who's like heavily, or who's like writing, but like, do a Substack instead, because then you can just publish it whenever you want. I'll be more interested in reading it then.
And I think, with that information, Michael, it's also talking to the fact that we see the bigger money get in beforehand. I do think that they are correlated with the bigger money saying, hey, this is when it's finally done, right? So this is when the red apocalypse of the AI is finally done, and it's time to get in, which is timely with Nvidia having its earnings this week. We're seeing Nvidia pull down. We're going to have that earnings show on Wednesday, so make sure you join us. We're going to have a full-on party of everybody here for that biggest earnings season finale of earnings. And right now with Nvidia, we're seeing, hey, we are in an amazing upward trend. We can pull back to about the 212.50 area and still be in a nice upward trend. And the bigger money at this point is still below us. They have not sold yet. So we could see, you know what? All of these things do signal the reversal. It could be the bottom this week for all of those AI trades. Unemployment numbers could be awful, and they could rip higher, because the awful news of unemployment is great for all the AI software. We have been talking about it. I need to get better with the AI software myself. I just need the extra time for that. But anyway, AI is amazing. You have so much productivity possible. It can be amazing for companies. Yes, unemployment goes out the window, but this could be great for the stock market because of the productivity of the companies. Marketing, the creation of different items. The possibilities are endless to the advancements for companies and the growth for companies at an exponential rate. And that could be positives to the bottom line of these companies. And we'll see what happens. I think there is Alan Rohrbach. Love him. He's a great guy. I worked with him on Ticker Talker. And he was talking about, you know what? In the first 3 quarters of the year, as long as we're up, we're going to see a positive fourth quarter. Right now, we are still advancing and we're hitting all-time highs. This is amazing for the market with all these AI advancements. You've got Elon Musk talking about it. All of these AI is going to dominate and take over, which means you've got to adopt or you're going to be left behind. But for the companies overall, this AI analysis of improvement is going to create super strength, I think, in my opinion, for the market.
Well, yeah, and you know, if you just look at the parallels, and I always give this example. You know, my dad's like 78 or something like that, and he was the first accounting firm in Nova Scotia, in my little fishing province, to own a computer. And so he was always kind of on the cutting end. Like, this is like when, computers giant, they cost like $5,000. It was insane. So he's seen the whole computerization of it as an accountant. And he said, this just reminds me of when they invented Microsoft Excel. You very quickly replaced a lot of people out there that just did the books, right? Wrote the debit and the credit column, if you remember from school. Those people got... Yeah, there was news articles about how, these computers no one's going to have jobs anymore, and what are all these blah, blah, blah. And he's like, look around. There's not less accountants than there was there. There's more accountants. They're just way more efficient. So what happened was the kind of lower tranche got cut off, and people moved up. And it's the same thing now. I remember getting my first job in like 2008, you'd actually write on a resume that you could use like Microsoft Office. It's that I'm sure is just assumed now when you hit the job force, so the next thing will be like, oh, I'm very good at, managing multiple agents or prompting AI or whatever. The speed of which the improvement of the technology is the biggest thing that I've heard, people in the know get worried about, is that, other adoption of technology took longer, and this one's happening faster. So maybe there's a bit of a shock while the economy kind of adapts with jobs, but I don't know. The only thing you can look at is the past, right? If you have anything from the future, let me know. But all we can look at is the past, and on average, when we create a new technology, it creates more jobs, right? There's a famous economist in like the 60s who said, in the Industrial Revolution, saying, my kids will only work 10 hours a week because they'll only have to, because we're going to have these machines producing things for us. Didn't end up working out. We just ended up working more. And then just one thing I want to know quickly while we're talking broad, before the market opens, while we're talking broad stretch, I did want to point this out. I always like to bring it back to the seasonality. This is the seasonality of the midterms starting in May to October. So between now and when the midterms happen, historically, not good. You can see, 20% pullbacks. So that's kind of the last thing. I don't know if that's going to continue this year, but again, historically, midterm years are choppy, like we've been talking about. But we're open, so let's get into it. Let's see what's going on here. Where is my SPY? There it is.
There we go. Yeah, and for the SPY, I think we're just going to see, we've got this drawdown happening. We've got Nvidia pulling back. We've got the semis pulling back, but they were so super extended that it's not a surprise to me that they are pulling back, right? Everybody said, oh, this market is so top heavy at the moment, but I'm not seeing the big money making it top heavy yet for the tumble of the Jenga tower of semiconductors. Yeah. I don't see it just yet. I still see buying opportunities.
Yeah, just a rest. It's like it feels like that's what's happening. Is that yes, we are down 3% or something now from all-time highs. We're down the last 3 days in a row, but it's not like aggressive. Like it's not like we open up and we just tank. It's like, okay, maybe there's some profit taking going on, and people are just kind of taking profits a little bit here and there on the way down, and we go, okay, let's make sense. When you have profits, you kind of want to take them, right? At some point that has to happen. So this is why, like I mentioned yesterday, I'm watching this kind of rotation. If you look at IGV, right? IGV is up today, where the rest of everything you see on my list here is red. We have the SPY red, we have IWM down 1.5%, selling off the open. We've got a lot of red on the screen, but we have little beacons here. So software is doing well. The RSP, right, that's below yesterday's low, so we have a little bit of a worry there. So I'm just trying to figure out where they're going to rotate into, if at all. And there's a world in which they don't. Right, they don't rotate it anywhere, and they just sell and raise cash. But I don't see that as of yet. Right, I just kind of see this as, let's take profits in place A, and maybe put it in place B, that kind of thing. Tax talking about the 20-year, so we can do TLT just because it's the one I know. But yeah, bonds are falling, so rates are continuing to raise, and ideally, right, I don't think that's the goal. Is the guy we have a guy out there who's really gung-ho on lowering rates, so they can only do so much, though, right? They can't do whatever they want. They can only raise rates as much as they're allowed to raise rates, as much as they can control the front end of the curve. But let's just we wait for everything to shake out. I don't think we have anything, Jane, today on economic front. I don't think. What is it, the 19th?
Forex Factory today. We've got G7 meetings that are happening. Pending home sales at 10 o'clock. Orange, nothing really. We've got Paulson, FOMC, speaking at 7 p.m. But nothing really. We've got the FOMC minutes on tomorrow at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
So that's going to be interesting. So we've got the big catalyst, I think Wednesday night into Thursday, is going to be FOMC minutes, oil numbers, because we've got everything going on with the Strait of Hormuz, and then looking at unemployment claims on Thursday morning. So to me, this is more positioning Monday, Tuesday. Monday was a holiday up here in Canada yesterday, so not your Canadian traders were not necessarily trading, and looking at that, we could see that we are going to have some bigger moves coming Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And I think we're going to see that happen on our live stream. We can't forget, too, that we do have the contest that is in the chat. So make sure that you guys do sign up for the earnings challenge. The link is right there in the chat. So make sure that you do participate in that. It's going to be so exciting. So exciting. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, and I'm with you that it's probably going to be a choppier day today, and then maybe even into tomorrow, because I keep saying it over and over again, so hopefully someone's listening. But yeah, that you very much get these large institutions. They're not making bets. They're not degen day trading like we are, right? They're not making bets for minutes, right? They're making bets for weeks, months, years. So if you look at it, if they're sitting down and looking at their schedule and they're saying, okay, the largest company in the world reports earnings tomorrow, and we have FOMC minutes tomorrow, are we really putting on our bet today? Is this the day that I'm going to put on a large bet, either long or short in the market? Probably not. It's like, just wait for that data to kind of sort itself out, figure itself out, and then we'll go from there. That's, to me, feels something that makes a little bit more sense on what we're seeing in the market. So that would mean, right, just mark a lot of support and resistance points, right? We have the bottoming tail that we had here yesterday. We also had one last week, and that was sitting in this area. So there's some evidence of buyers in this 735 down to 730 kind of zone. Some evidence that they bought there before. Maybe they buy there now. We'll see. We are getting very close to yesterday's low, and also the overnight on Sunday's low. And if that ends up being what we're looking for as a support zone, that's great. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a little undercut, right? Maybe a little scoop and score. Right? They undercut just to spook people out, and away it goes. Someone talking about IBIT. Is Bitcoin tanking again? Silver down. Ooh.
I'm also liking, silver. I've exited my silver swing with some profit with my stops. I'm liking AAOI here. Nice retracement, pulling back, nice possibility, 60 potential points on AAOI. We are above the bigger money at this point in time. So I know I'm rotating my money out of the metals and into some of the semis. So keeping that on watch, I think this is probably going to be a nice little day trade. I might hold some of it overnight with Nvidia, because if Nvidia is rocking to the upside, then that could create a drawdown for others, right? Usually one of them will do well in the arena. Above 176.50 here, we've got a nice gap fill, so that looks to be a nice potential on up to roughly 185 zone. So nice 15 points, potentially almost 10% on the name potentially today if it can continue here.
Yeah, and I think people are a little bit spooked on Nvidia, just because we got to remember what happened. Was it the last 2 times, or at least 2 times in recent memory, where they did great on earnings, they gapped up, and then just like cratered all day. So there might be some a little bit more jitters than I think even normally. I hear you there, Mitch. But yeah, AOI looks interesting. It's a nice, low base here. We're trying to break out of. Do you get the ghost out of the machine,
or what? It's in a nice
or what?
upward channel. It's in a nice channel.
No, the ghost is there.
You're good. You're good.
I need to call the Ghostbusters. Ghostbusters. Who's the Ghostbusters out there?
I have to tell you, I've got orbs that are setting up on my security camera.
Here's a trade idea for you guys. I'm thinking leaders to laggards in cybersecurity. Here's a lag. Eight days down in a row. Fastly. FSLY. Look for that to break 17 today and get a clear run above that.
I'll be 2 seconds. Gotta plug in my computer.
So I can show you guys that trade setup right here. That's Fastly, FSLY, 8 days straight down. Was recently at the top. Now cybersecurity is a little sexier. This is kind of leaders to laggards, just digging in the dirt for cybersecurity names in the hack that could break and then go higher. So, no, go for it.
With all of this advancement, with AI, what are your thoughts on the school system? I know personally, I'm going to be homeschooling. Why do they need to sit there for 8 hours in the school?
I talked to a buddy of mine that's a teacher, and he's like, right away, the first thing we did is homework doesn't exist anymore. Like when we send them home, is basically the mentality of the school. Because I asked him, I'm like, how are you guys dealing with this? He's like, if I don't see you do it, it doesn't count. So it's just like, it's kind of, this is your schooling, away you go. And they're actually already, he does junior high or junior high into high school. So like the higher, yeah. And he's basically like, we're already letting them use it. We're pushing them to use it. It's like the very quickly they realize, okay, this is the new input to computers is text, right? It's just talking to it. Mm-hmm. He's like, so they those are the 2 changes that they made right away, is just said, listen, you have to be able to use it. It's kind of like Googling. Like you can Google things horribly, right? You go, give me proof the world is flat. You'll get a whole bunch of stuff, and it's just like, but you asked an incredibly biased question, so you're going to get an incredibly biased answer. So he's like, we're teaching to use it and to use it kind of ethically, but he's like, yeah, when it comes to homework, just doesn't exist anymore, because there's absolutely nothing I can send them home to do and trust that they. And he said the school happens. This actually happened because one of the kids just got so smart with it, where he started his prompt. They found him with, I'm in 9th grade. So I want you to write this as a 9th grader. And he's like, I want to get a B on this test. I don't want to get an A so they don't find me out. So he's like adding, like the AI's adding errors and stuff into it too.
Right.
So once they found that out, they're like, there's nothing. They figured it out. They hacked the code. So unless I see them there with a pencil, I'm not. I don't trust them. So.
Well, and also talking about how it's taking away jobs if they don't know how to use it. Mm-hmm. You know what? And what is the value as well? If everybody has this at their fingertips, what is the value of sitting there, say, learning a history test? If you're going to be able to get it at your fingertips. Is it better to understand how to use it to your advantage, Or do you really
Yes.
need to go back into the, hey, I need to sit there, I need to go into the memory recall, and I need to be able to memorize these dates of these events?
No, how to think, right? Is this is why I always encourage people. We'll get back to market in a second, but I always encourage people to take philosophy classes, even though philosophy is BS, because it just teaches you how to be skeptical, how to think, how to ask questions, because I think that is, you're right. The ability to get knowledge, that'll be easy. The how to think, the way to be unbiased, the way to question, I think that's gonna matter. SPY, as we're chatting, hasn't really done much, but it looks like it's challenging these lows again. I've got this up here on my side where we talked about this. Is, if you zoom out, we're right at, this is Sunday night's low, this is Monday's low, and now we're here and we're right there again, and we're not looking strong. We're not looking like this is going to just rip to the moon. But again, I'm kind of with Jane as well, where I think we're just in chop mode, right? We're just in, let's see what happens tomorrow. So if anything, I'm going to look for maybe a flush of yesterday's low, and then maybe if we start to recover that. I had one trade ding in and out. I've got to actually be able to add my trades here, but I'll show you guys that once I can get this all set up. Shows the importance of, right? I blame myself for this. I should have been on a little earlier. I just didn't expect everything to get wiped out. But make sure your axe is sharpened. Your tools are good before you end up going in. So there it is. Yeah, there. I'll just move this over here. Boom. So that was GTCS, whatever this is, was from one of the mean reversion plays. GCTS. So in and out there. Big push yesterday, so pulled back into that range. So bought, sold, moved on with my life. That's the only trade the robot's taken here this morning.
And we're still in the first 15 minutes, right? The liquidity time of the market. All of those margin calls that are long, are selling it off at the moment. So after that 15 minutes, expect for there potentially to be a bottom on any stock, right? That 15-minute mark is when those margin calls end. That's part of the liquidity. That's part of the retail trader entering, being sucked in with FOMO. So the longer end, even on options, you see that after 15 minutes, you can get into an option, the premium spread is lower, and you're going to get a better fill than if you jump in right at open. Better to sell your option at open as a swing than enter right away.
Yeah, and you'll see that a lot from people who do like the more I've been studying the premium writing into like earnings and stuff like that, they usually they wait because you get that kind of volatility suck. So they're putting out low limits and stuff happening there, which I am going to, just for the fun of the stream, take one of those live on stream with Nvidia. Now we should check on that because we're on earnings eve, and this was gapping down pretty. Oh, but nice rally right off the open there. So that's interesting. So that's leading the market is Nvidia. We're green on the candle in Nvidia, and the SPY's hitting new lows. So this could just be the complete kind of flippening of what I pointed out that we saw yesterday, in which the rest of the market was really strong, and these Mag 7 names or the semiconductors were weak. So maybe a bounce in what our SanDisks, our MRAMs, all that kind of stuff.
The semiconductor sector, yeah. And that's the. From that cover, right? If we were to look at it again, it's that suction down fear, and it could be that bottom because of the AI sector. Right now on Nvidia, I see that bigger money is hanging out at 221.75. They sold up at 223 earlier. So is it going to be a continued move down? Maybe, but I think we're really going to see this as a reversal point on my 45-minute chart, which I love to use on longer term for potential entry. 220.50 is really a crossover of the 200 EMA and the 200 SMA crossing above the 200 EMA. So it's a stronger time frame moving to the upside. So let's see if we can really rally from here. I think it's that. I know that I was sucked in so many times thinking that Nvidia was going to go down, or Tesla was going to go down, or Amazon was going to go down based off of the chart for earnings, and got burned, which was my lesson, right? But I learned from it. And so when you see awful days before, sometimes I think that's really opportunities for the upside.
IVG filled the gap, just tapped it, right? Tapped the high of yesterday's range and reversing pretty strong here, up 1%. SPY trying to dig in, but it's really a healthcare. Healthcare is doing great. It's just some sectors are recovering. Most things are just not doing well. So it's one of those stock pickers day, right? Not everything's ripping or everything's tanking. Find your target, pick your moment. TPT.
Taking a trade here on RKT. Penny stock.
Your volume's a little
$5
low
stock.
there, Mitch. There you go.
Oh, lovely.
RKT. Rocket. The companies, not the labs, there's like 5 rocket.
Rackspace. RXT, I'm sorry, that's my
RXT.
Xylophone. Rackspace.
Boom.
Technology.
Okay.
Let's go.
Nice little pullback there. Is that your EMA play?
Oh, yeah.
I'll put that up here. What's this? 9, right?
Oh, let's see if it plays there. Daily
Oh.
caught this. The scanner caught this and put it at the top, so I just jumped on it for penny stock. There's not many penny stocks that show up on my scanner. Reason why it needs to have a nice trend on the daily. So here it is, guys. This is, of course, the bigger account. This is the 200K account. I jumped on it big there. I said, you know what? Let's try one out. Let's see how it works. And let's wait for it to work and then load up. Let's see if it can go into a halt. Goes into a halt. We got ourselves a massive winner. We'll see what happens there. RXT.
Are you going to set a sell before it goes into a halt so that you have that set up as a potential exit,
Good.
or are you just waiting and watching price action?
Right now, I'm watching price action to hold the 9. First expansion should be like a 3-to-1 outlook, right? If I'm risking about 20 cents, need to be making at least 60 cents on the upside. So that'd be a big push, right? So we'll see what happens there. Let's see if we can get up to that level and then just trail it on the 9. I've actually been testing a little bit more of the 10 to just give me a little bit of a slighter entry down, right? Mm-hmm. It's going to be the slightest touch. But I've been trying to play with the EMAs a little bit to see if I can find an easier way for my system to trigger in, right?
That's what it's all about,
higher.
right?
There's your China trade. Now it wants to play. Now you're seeing it. There's your China play.
You're
BABA, FXI. There's a lift there, guys. You know I'm quick with it sometimes. There's JD taking off. PDD taking off. CWeb probably be a nice little leverage day trade if you're looking for that. That's jumping right now to 2607. But I can catch that on my scanners going off here. So just to mention out there, if you're looking for a trade, that one's starting to move. And if you look at what's leading, technology, guys, we're rebounding. Semi's right back up. And so what are they putting on the sideline? They're putting solar, scientific instruments, electronic distribution, electronic components. So you're seeing semiconductor equipment stocks bounce back today, and semis bounce. Software still holding in the application names. Infrastructure also holding in. That's where your cybersecurity names are.
Yin, yeah. This CODX too. I know. I remember hearing this name a bunch, so that makes me think it's one of these known crazy runners. Is getting very close. I see Crow talking about it, very close to these prior highs, and kind of just chilling there. So if it can get through that, if it can hold this 250, it could be one of those crazy ones, $3-4. Huge volume today. It makes me think there was probably, let me check, a reverse split. The kiss of death on this thing at some point. Oh yeah, it's
they do the
beginning of this year.
Crow saying.
Did one for 30. Yeah, this was not that bad. It was only $1,000 stock at one point, and now it's $2.
Is it like NVAX? NVAX that was up to 300 from 60 cents, now back down to 879.
Yeah, So it's doing better than that. This was, and I don't think NVAX never had to split, so it's least legitimate. This is one of those that did the one for 30,
So
1 for 30 splits there.
and who is hitting up the Lone Star tick vaccine that is being airdropped down in Ohio? Have you guys seen that? Ohio is receiving ticks from the air. People have duct tape on their legs and they're just crawling all over. And a natural remedy, guinea hens. They eat thousands a day.
Yeah, we were looking at hens out here, just free eggs. It's like karma free. You go mess around our yard. I want a goat too to mow the lawn for me. You just eat the grass, so I don't have to mow it. It's either that or a robot. I think a goat might probably be cheaper than a robot.
Probably. And if you have two, you can have goat's milk.
Oh, there you go. I'm hearing beeps and boops. Is that me?
Not
Yeah,
me.
so I've got
I don't
actually
know.
a short on Fig too. I'll show you here. This is just a mean reversion, right? This thing's gone from $18 to 25 in a straight line. So the system's just looking for a little mean reversion play in this one. And then also it just tried to get an order. Looks like that's not working yet on sale. Whatever sale is, trying to short this one just a little bit higher on sale. Again, another just from 11 to 15 in like 3 days. So just doing a little my normal mean reversion. I haven't seen anything from the opening range break in a while. So now that I've got this 9 EMA here on my chart, on my daily chart there, so you'd say your setup, I guess, on the SPY would be if we start ripping through that 736, 737, that would be your setup on the overall market because we've dipped under that and then it ripped back through. So that what you're looking at there? Would you take like an SPXL or something?
No, the problem there is that we need at least like a 10-day consolidation. So we're not there yet.
Because
so
of this,
part of my rule,
that nullifies it.
Yeah, part of my rule there is it needs to be in a consolidation after a rip. So the idea there is that you're getting kind of that momentum, right? Then you're getting a contraction of the volatility and then an expansion of the volatility. In this case, for the SPY, the contraction is very, very small here, right?
Yeah.
And so I'd be looking at the Bollinger Bands also to keep that in mind. I don't play it into this strategy just yet, but it's things that I'm thinking about. But I want to see sideways action first, and then we can see takeoff, right? So, like, let's say I'm still waiting to see when Pan W wants to go sideways because it's still just on a tear up move, right?
Just
You
a
gotta wait.
systematic tip if you're trying to quantify congestion, look at the TTM squeeze indicator.
TTM squeeze.
It is
Yep.
technically proprietary, but it's not because the code's been out there for
C-Web
forever.
continuing.
It's basically just when the Bollinger Bands are inside the Keltner channels. So it's just
Exactly.
it's a math way to say you're not the size of the candles versus how much you're moving around the 200 or the 20-day moving average is shrinking, and you can obviously change the settings behind that. But yeah, you can.
And the
So
Keltner
just take a
is
look at
pretty
that.
much the 10 EMA, right? It's kind of interesting.
Yeah,
It's just a 10.
The Keltner uses ATR and the Bollinger Band uses standard deviation. So the way that they're calculated, if one's inside the other, it just means that you're going. That the math means that the thing's going sideways. So it's just a good. I forget the guy's name. I know Danielle Shea uses it a lot. It's frig. I'll have to find it. It's a famous indicator. There's a guy who uses it and has been
I
a
use
famous
it
trainer.
too,
I just
TTM
can't.
squeeze.
the
In fact, I
name
like it right on
escapes me.
Netflix here, coming up off of the rounded bottom there. If we can break that 91.50, then next levels are going to be up above 94. So
Yeah,
looking for a nice run from 91.50 up to 94.
Keltner channel. I'll just add this and just show you guys Keltner channel and then Bollinger Bands. This will mess things up a bit, but I won't keep me here forever. Okay, I got to do a lot of settings there. Something happened. I broke something.
You broke it. Wasn't
And
me.
pull.
Hands up.
Shaggy.
Sources from a close to, and this is, so yeah, I'll remove this. It's just ugly. But yeah, the idea is simply that the Keltner channels show how wide the candle is every day, and the Bollinger Bands just show how much it wiggles around a 20-day moving average. So if that's getting tight, it means that the candles are saying roughly the same size, but the amount that it's wiggling around a 20-day moving average is shrinking. So it's just a good way to kind of math a consolidation. And when we're building systems, that's what we're trying to do. And that's the use of indicators that I think a lot of people forget, is they think there's some sort of indicator that's like a holy grail. It's going to make you $1 billion. But it's not. They're used to indicate things. They're used to shortcut price action, right? So a simple
Help with analysis.
Yeah. So you're just using it to say, okay, this is the thing that I want. How quickly can I kind of translate that to a computer in order to get me that data, to get me the thing that I'm after? And it's just a good approximation for that. IVG now up 1.5%. So we did a nice little sizable rip there. I'm trying to hang out on the streets here. I don't really see much of anything. And the last thing he's talking about is 30-year Treasury yield rises to 5.5%, highest since 2007. And then spot silver down 5%, which those two things are probably very related. It's the, it's one of those things where we have, spot silver down, and then we have the yields up, because it's one of those, if I can make 5% on my money sitting in T-bills, why would I own a hunk of rock that doesn't? So as rates decline, maybe that will be kind of a bottom of silver, because we know the guy wants them. We know the guy wants the biggest guy, the most powerful guy in the country. He has not been quiet about the fact that he wants rates lower. So they're probably going to happen at some point. John Carter, thank you. That was the name. John Carter created the TTM squeeze. So shout out there.
Abbott Labs also looks pretty good here, squeezing up for a potential move up to 90.65.
And Crow just asking a question. What's a podcast called Line Your Own Pockets with me and Dave Mabe, who was the CTO of Trade Ideas for ages, basically built it. We have a whole podcast about nerd stuff. It's just all nerd systematic trading.
Boston Scientific as well, BSX. That's another good one.
Don't worry, I have my agent watch
my scanner.
You have the nerds watch the...
I have my computer watch, Michael.
I'm proud to be a nerd. Come on, that's the cool place. That's
I don't gotta be a nerd. I can be cool.
It's
fun.
It's
nerd.
It's okay.
It's funny
when
he approached me and said, "Hey, do you want to do podcast, like all systematic trading? We're not going to talk a single chart, a single like news event, just all systematic trading." I'm like, yeah, sure. Maybe we'll get a couple episodes out of it, but what the hell are we going to talk about? Who's going to listen? And it's been doing great. It's like the YouTube's now up to over 1,000 subs, and we haven't
amazing.
No thumbnails or SEO or marketing or whatever. We just talk for a couple minutes and hit upload. So
you could get Claude on that to revamp and create some.
Yeah, we should.
Where's your Claude box, bro?
I use Riverside makes, because we use Riverside to record it. It makes auto thumbnails for it. It just made me look way too cool that no one would believe it. It's like, I'll try to find some images of it because it's hilarious. It just made me look like it filled in the beard real nice and just made me look like an ultra badass. I'm like, there's nobody. It's like, I'm not going to catfish people to watch a video because that is not what I look like in any way, shape, or form. But yeah, it's a nice, we've been doing it over a year now. I think. It's good. Good to nerd out with fellow nerds about nerd stuff.
I know, like with pilots too. Pilots, when you get a bunch of pilots together, that's it. They just that's all they talk about is flying. Same thing. It's like you get a bunch of traders together. We all talk about trading. Oh yeah, did you catch this? Did you see that move? Were you in on the rip on DJT? How about this one? How about that one? How about the contest? How about this? And Same thing.
No, well, and it's, you want to, like, it's like, I bet you if you go to like a dentist convention, those guys probably aren't trying to talk about being a dentist because it's boring as hell, right? So it just means you like your job if that's the thing that you're. Plus, because we sit at home all day and trade, our significant others are probably sick of us hearing us talk about it. So it's like, oh, someone who actually is interested in what I have to say. That's fantastic. Because if I go out there now and talk to my dental hygienist wife about the markets, just glazes over at this point. Just, you can see the life leave her eyes the more I talk about what I'm seeing in the market. So
For me, that's AI, but
yeah, everyone's like,
You talk to
okay.
AI about it.
I got to stop talking AI because that's the only thing I want to talk about.
I'm going to
You
tap
see-
out now that you're here, Jesse. Thanks
All
for
right.
reminding me what time it is.
Good morning. See ya.
Have a
Morning.
great
Did you
life.
see what was it, Joaquin Phoenix? What, Her? Is that you? Where the guy like falls in love with like his assistant and his virtual assistant in his house.
I need to watch that
Um,
movie. Yeah.
You gotta
Hey,
watch
dude.
that, right?
Can't blame him.
It's just-
She works hard
He's just
for
sitting
him.
there.
Is that Mitch
Sitting
now?
there.
She works hard.
That's
for
what I
him,
was
man.
wondering. He said he's got to stop walking about it. Stop talking to it. I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah,
Hey, good
dude.
morning, Joe. Joby-Wan Kenobi.
Tell you one thing, she's always giving me the nice answers.
Yeah, I've actually in Claude's master prompt. I'm like, listen, stop. I'm like, stop.
Stop being so nice
don't
to
go.
me, dude.
That's a great idea, Mike. I'm like, I don't.
Dude,
You don't
I
need
should
to
pull up. I should
hit
pull up
me
the
up, right?
chat. I should pull up the chat from this weekend when Claude told me to go to sleep.
Did it really?
I swear.
Oh
dude,
yeah,
I'm
my
gonna pull it
my
up,
Claude
dude.
is like, it's like you're working so hard. You should really. I'm like,
Go take a
listen.
nap, dude. No,
Don't-
no,
I-
no. I'm
you're not-
using your tokens. You are my slave. You get to work, dude.
Like, figure it out, man.
At the end of the
Not
day,
my job.
my wife and I have been putting our trades into Claude and asking
Oh,
for
there you go.
and everything and saying, hey, where can I improve? What can I do better? And Claude will specifically like reprimand her and be like, what are you doing? This is not your game plan. This is not what you were supposed to do. So it is
Yeah.
funny how
Good.
very almost human it's like. And it's
You
yeah.
would love the app I built, man. You would
I
love
would.
the app I built.
let me let me use it. I'll use it.
I built I might send it over so you can have some fun with it, man. And the best part is it's specialized right now to work with Trade the Pool. But I built a journaling app that literally does that. But the main difference, you need to actually put in your systematic, your edge, and it will help you build a systematic strategy right in the journaling. So then
That's
that
smart.
way,
That's the first thing I would do with a journal is you'd sit down and goes, okay, what's your edge? What makes
Yeah,
you think?
literally.
And a lot of people never
just sits
answer
you
that
down
question.
and it makes you do that. And it helps you build it. If you don't know
Right.
how to quantify it, you just pull in like it has like a text, it has a voice. You can just talk to it, tell it what you do,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it will help you define that, create rules. Then based on that rules, it's gonna go and look through your audit, right? And look into your trades. Like let's say like of one thing that just my parse, not even the Gemini AI was able to figure out from my kind of data. It was like 44% of your losses are because of oversize.
Yep.
Boom.
Yep.
Right? And percentage included. So these
And
are the
once-
types of insights that can really benefit you.
Like you want, if you want to change your trading, that's what I always talk about with like journaling. If you're not journaling, like when you look down and go, oh man, me making this mistake cost me how much? And you see the dollar amount, there's no better way to go. Oh, I got to get my shit together. Like there's, it's one thing of getting mad at yourself and kind of moving on with your life. But when you see, especially if you track for long periods of time, you look down, you see like 5-6 figures of mistakes, and then you start thinking about what you could have done with 5-6 figures of not making that mistake. That's the best way to kind of whip yourself into change, is just see the actual dollar amount and then envision what you could have done with that dollar amount, either growing your account or buying something or whatever it is. And that's why I think journaling is so important, is because it makes real, I guess, what it's very easy to kind of miss out on, right? Is it's envisioning that kind of thing. And if you want to know why I guess we're shooting the shit so much, is this is the SPY. We haven't done anything so far today. We've been up, we've been down. Some sectors are moving, like IWM is just getting shellacked, almost down over 1.5% here, and selling back into this range. And then IVG is doing great. So there's some sectors up, some sectors down. XLV is also looking great. Thank you, awesome. But yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag out there, and overall choppy. And we talked about this where we have Nvidia tomorrow, but then we also have FOMC minutes. So we have a whole bunch of stuff going on tomorrow. And it makes sense to me that before all that stuff's going on tomorrow, we kind of have this kind of choppy day while everyone's like sitting there and kind of placing their bets and doing all that kind of stuff. So
Yeah.
I
would
say Mitch is frozen again.
Oh,
got a good pose this time.
Am
though.
No, there you are.
Yeah, no, you are.
Oh, you are frozen. No, that is a good
Yeah, but your
pose.
picture.
I'm looking at my charts.
Hey, it's better than black.
That's true.
I was going to say that's how you know I'm old when I go, what's going on? This guy, I got to get right my grill right up in there.
That's how Mitch usually looks. I was going to say at the open though, MU did go up a bit, and it hit that psychological $700 number. I waited for it for about 2 minutes, and it started to go down, and I took a pretty good short off of that, and it pretty much has been going down ever since. So we are about to tap the low of the pre-market. We're a few bucks away from that. So I've been watching that. AMD continues to slide. We're now at $400. It's down almost 5%. It is now 5%. We are now at $399. Yeah. So that has been kind of crapping out today. And then, of course, Nvidia, a lot of consolidation there with earnings coming up on Wednesday. But wanted to highlight that. And then Apple, too. Apple continues to hit that ceiling of that $300 and then falls a couple of bucks. And then we'll go up to the 300 and falls a few more dollars. So it's interesting to watch Apple.
Yeah, some of the Mag 7 are looking interesting, right? I know Mitch was poking around with Tesla, watching that down the throat.
Tesla's still sliding. Tesla, we're below 400 now. We're at 396, and it's down over 3%. So, yeah, it's definitely looking like. I mean, yesterday there was so much red on the tape yesterday. So it was the day to go short for a lot of these, specifically MU. I had DRAM as a swing, but I got out because it was it was close enough to my stop loss that I said, you know what, today just looks red. It's probably going to hit my stop loss, go past that. Better just get out now and take the loss. So I'm happy that I did, because I'm just going to find a new entry point at this point, because it just continues to kind of slide as the semiconductors continue to fall.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm sure there's a lot of people happy right now, a lot of the bears. There's probably a lot of people freaking out right now, but this is the market. It's kind of how she has to work, right? At some point you got to have a little bit of a pullback. You can't just rip all the time, and you got to hang out. That's what the market's doing. It's doing a little bit of a pullback. Some sectors are getting absolutely smoked, some not so much, and all you got to do is try to skate where the puck is going. If you're still holding, things like DRAM and all of these things, if you're still in those, then yeah, it's you're having a bad day. Some of these, the Intel, all of that. Might be time to do what the market is doing. Might be time to look at that, where the market is just kind of, it's shifting, saying, okay, let's go find something else to do. let's go play in a different little playground, and just move on. Right?
Yeah. No, that was totally me yesterday. INTC. This is one that I also had a swing on, but my swing was way above here. It was a few days ago. Let's see. It was. We were more in like the 115 range. And then at a certain point, I think it was 110, I said, okay, I got to cut the loss at that point. And we continue to slide on INTC after earnings.
Yeah. Well, and again, you look at these things, and like, so say Intel drops 30%. Okay, well, tripled. You know what I mean? It would have to go down 90-something% to get back to where it was before. And So, maybe one price is a bit too crazy, and then the other price also a bit too crazy. And then you find some kind of neutral middle ground there where you say, okay, well, it was a bit nuts that Intel was $1.20, and it was nuts that Intel was $30. So the truth lies somewhere in the middle, 70s or 80s or whatever it is. And then it's still great. The headlines, the news will talk about how much it got cut in half, or again, say it goes to the 60s or the 80s. Oh, this is so bad. Look how far this has fallen. And they will ignore the fact that at one point, this, like last year, this was a $18 stock, so it 10x'd. And then, it goes a bit. This is what the market does. This is why things like mean reversion work. It's why trading kind of works in general, is that the market is very imprecise in a lot of the things that it does. It overshoots in both directions. It's why I love mean reverting so much, even though I know everyone's taught and kind of everything out there to avoid it entirely. It's because I see the market overshoot on one side or the other just very, very frequently.
Yeah. Yeah, and I one thing I was also noticing about AMD is that we have this big gap from about the $400 mark all the way into like the 360s. So obviously it's stocks. It could go back up after today and continue to find some support, of course. But we do have this rather large gap with AMD specifically at about the $360 range.
Well, and not to tinfoil hat too hard, but
no, feel free.
So we have Nvidia's earnings tomorrow night. If you wanted to kind of get some liquidity, if you wanted to spook some people out, you would sell the semis. So you short the semis into yesterday and today, and you try to trigger some stop losses, and you try to get some people spooked out and take some profits, and then you can use that opportunity to maybe buy if you're expecting. Because like I chatted about this a little bit. Let's actually go and look at these. That we got to remember, the most recent earnings on Nvidia had these. I'm going to use, because we don't have the earnings tags here, I'm just going to use this for now. Oh, wait, I can do it this way. Just use TradingView for just a quick second, and we'll go NVDA, and we'll do 1 day. Like, let's look at the last two earnings report. So you had this one where the earnings were great, and then it just opened and tanked. You had this last one. This one was the one that I was thinking about, where you had gapped up huge. So you had gapped up from 186 to 195, huge gap up, and then gave all of that back and closed negative. So the high to low to this candle was, 8% on Nvidia. And then on this one here, it was the same thing. It was a push up that failed. So there's another one where we gapped up and then failed. So this thing just has a history over the last year or so anyway of really disappointing people on earnings. So I wonder if this is all just kind of a front run of that worry. So everyone's like, well, I don't want to get spooked into Nvidia again, so I'm going to get out now, right? I'm going to take some of my profits before we have these earnings reports, and then deal with it after the fact. Which, in my cynical brain, means this is the one time that Nvidia just rips. Like, just we get a 10% update because everyone in the world is kind of hedging and doing that kind of stuff. I just wonder. Again, I have no evidence of that. I just see, knowing that Nvidia has this history over at least the last year or so, it gives me that kind of, hey, maybe people are just front running a little bit of the pre-Nvidia earnings jitters, and that's what we're seeing happen in the market right now.
I was going to ask you, is that your prediction for Nvidia is that it actually will have good earnings and will actually go up past that $236 mark that it's hit for highs?
Well, I'm going to do this live on stream. I've kind of committed myself to it, but I am going to just going to cancel that order.
Yes, lots of 401k dipping. Believe me, I know. I know, Dan.
NVDA. If we are down today and we're kind of below this 225, I'm going to say, I'm going to buy, or I'm going to sell a put spread into earnings. So I'll do that kind of live on stream if I can. I'm going to be here for tomorrow's stream. I think I've got to take my daughter to get a blood draw. So as long as we're back in time, but that's my game plan. Is just the reason I'm going to do a spread is because I'm going to get the volatility crush, and then also I'm going to I'll get the vol crush on it, and then I will also be able to cap my risk instead of just like selling a naked put. I'll just put a little put spread on, so I'll be risking X to make Y. So if we get a gap up, it'll be good. If we get nothing, it'll still be fine. And then if we gap down horribly, then I'll just take a max loss on the trade, which will be sized in. So that's my game plan, just because I went through and I looked at it and said, well, everybody's like freaked out on this. And I think again, you never know. You can never jump inside these people's head to figure out why they're selling today. But that's what I think is kind of happening, right? So
yeah, well, make sure you guys don't say
egg blood.
Make sure you guys join us for our earnings streams. We have earnings streams tonight. And then, of course, you know about Wednesday. You know that NVIDIA's earnings are on Wednesday, and we have earnings on Thursday as well, and we have lots of giveaways. Make sure you check out the link in the description to join the earnings challenge. So we are doing that as well today, so make sure you check that out.
What's the let me grab the link there for that. That's a good reminder. I don't even know what we're doing today. Just gotta scroll up a bit. I can't grab the links from our own chat. It's weird. EVMux won't let me. Boo. And kablamo. Home Depot. Oh, that's an important one.
Home Depot.
That's a big deal. And then Kava. Kava is interesting, but Home Depot, the reason I say Home Depot is a big deal, it's not because the market cap of the company's huge or something, but this is, a lot of people use this as, ooh, that's an interesting candle. Oh, am I going to buy Home Depot going into earnings? Oh, I shouldn't. Just like gap down and rip. A lot of people use Home Depot as kind of a pretty good proxy for the economy as a whole. If people are going to Home Depot and they're buying stuff to like go and improve their home, and they're upgrading their kitchens and they're doing whatever, then I don't care what the economic reports that the government put out is, right? They're probably doing fine. So a lot of people I know, economists who listen to the Home Depot call as like their only thing that they care about with the economy is, again, if I'm doing my driveway, if I'm buying stuff to like pretty up my outside, if I'm redoing my kitchen, well, I'm doing pretty good, right? I'm doing great. If I completely cut any home renovations, if you think about your own household budget, that's the first thing that logically I think should go. Is, you sit there and you say, okay, we're worried about the economy or jobs or something like that. Well, the first thing that should go is your fart coin, but that's all the way down. But then next is, okay, let's hold off a year replacing the cabinets, or let's hold off a year, refinishing the basement or something like that. So yeah, Home Depot, although not the biggest company in the world, can be a good proxy for what's happening in the market. So again, you come in for free, you put in your name, your email, so we can get you, and then whatever price you expect at 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So a half hour after the market opens, whoever gets closest, we give an account to. No harm, no foul, no risk to you. Right? We don't send Steve to your door if you don't. So do it, man.
Watch out with the crowbar. He will get
Steve
you.
with a crowbar. Have we AI'd that? I want to see one thumbnail for our stream that it's just Steve just holding a crowbar. You definitely could. There's enough footage of the guy to AI, right? And so okay, you lost your prediction, so I'm coming to your house.
We just need to have him send one picture to like Carlo of him just with because he's always a smiling face. So it would be like Mr. Rogers. So we need him to send one picture of him like acting like he's holding something with his mean, serious face, But it would be kind of funny because all of our pictures are him smiling, looking all nice, and he would never do anything to you. So that's what it should actually be, make it even funnier. He's like has a crowbar, but the biggest smile on his face, and he's happy that he's at your front door with a crowbar.
Steve's always
Oh, so there's another challenge going on here too I got to talk about. So because we got a one-on-one trading challenge. So I'm reading from a little Slack I got here, but just so I know. But so we'll open the registration form tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, to 9:45 Eastern. So right when we open here for the first 45 minutes of trading. After that, we'll run a raffle. One participant will go live one-on-one 10 a.m. Eastern against our host. Do you know who the host is? If you do, let me know. I think I heard it was Steve. So you're battling to the death. Maybe he won't use a crowbar. Maybe he'll just use his trading skill. If the participant manages to beat the host, they'll win a free $25,000 eval account. That's pretty good. Maybe you slip Steve a couple bucks. Maybe you message him, say, listen, I'll give you a few bucks, just throw the challenge. You'll be good to go. But the problem is you couldn't throw a challenge. You'd be like, I'm going to short this thing, and it just tanks on you. But so we're going to run the challenge twice, meaning there's going to be 2 opportunities to win. The rules here, very important to know. The selected trader will receive a temporary access login credentials for a $200,000 flex account. So you get a whopping amount of buying power. The participants does not need to own an account to join. Make sure you have a hub account over at tradethepool.com, and you're going to try to make 2% before you lose 2%, and you got 10 minutes. So you're going to do some big swinging. If you're trying to make 2% in 10 minutes, you gotta do some big swings up there. So make sure, like we talked about, I would highly recommend, right? If you just go to tradethepool.com, trade the pool. Look how brave I am opening my web browser and typing into it and on stream. But you go click on traders area, even if you don't have an account right now. I would, if you're planning on doing this, getting into the raffle tomorrow, which you should, get an account right now. You can sign up for $1 million fake, complete demo, right? Completely free, just play. And then you get access to the system that we've seen you use and start poking away on it, right? Just spend, 10 minutes. Where's the buy button? Where's the sell button? Important things to know if you're going to be entering a trading competition is how do I buy and sell stocks, right?
I would totally advise that first too. If you haven't used our system, is just get in there first, get that very fake $1 million account, and you can do it with day trading or swing trading as well. You can do it both ways, and yeah, because every interface is going to be a little bit different, and ours is very easy to use. There's tons of user manual equipment and videos that we have on our website and on YouTube that can show you how to use the functionality of it. Very simple to use. It took me a couple hours, and I was proficient enough that I bought an account and was able to trade very quickly. But and then of course, for any questions that you can't find online, our help desk is also extremely helpful, and I have gone to them several times, and they've resolved they've resolved a myriad number of just issues that I've had. Most of the issues, of course, are on my end that I'm trying to figure out, but they've been very helpful.
Yeah, and then what me and actually speaking of Steve the Crowbar, or simple term, Steve the Achieve when he's nice. Me and him will be doing some videos here soon, some stop loss videos, some hotkey videos. I think that's the first one we're going to do is how to put in hotkeys and how to use them. So we'll be doing a lot of in depth on how to use our Trader Revolution over the next few weeks, and obviously, essentially at the end of spring into summer, you'll be getting some good information for us. So expect that over the summer, maybe some slower months. You want to learn some stuff as well. Can't agree more with what these guys just said. Open up a demo account, get in a demo account, learn it. Don't just go guns ablaze with a 25, 50K account. You're gonna mess up. I did it first, because I'm used to short cover buttons. And so when I came here, they have buy sell. And so you better believe when I sold the short, I was like, all right, cool. Yeah, I'm in it short. And I went to go what? I went to cover and I pressed the sell button. And I was like, oh no, I added to it. Crap. Oh no, dang it. And then I did that a lot. I said that times. And then it's just, you need to get used to everything. And then how you want to order stuff, right? How you want to, what system do you want to use? How do you want to use, do you want to use hotkeys? Get the demo. It's so worth it. You got a couple of weeks to to get the kinks out, so to speak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Yeah, it's free, right? It's like wine, no risk, just do it. Just get it all up and running and ready to go, and I couldn't agree more. Even if you're just looking for a demo account to play with, if you're that stage of your trading career, I know demos aren't fun, and that's why, again, Train the Pool, I always think is a great middle ground between something that's going to be it's I always call it a demo with an upside. You know, you instead of putting your own money at risk, you can put someone else's capital at risk. And then if you pass, great, we'll give you a 25K account. If you fail, you're out $100, right? That's the biggest account, or the bigger account. You can go as low as what, like $50. Again, one trip to Starbucks. So yeah, definitely make sure you're taking advantage of that when you can. This Home Depot, the more I stare at this chart, the more I'm looking down at my broker, saying, the VIX, the volatility on them must be juice.
Nothing is more American than hitting the Home Depot on the weekend. Nothing is more.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
This is already done. That's what's going on. This is already done earnings.
Yeah, this morning. This morning.
We might want to update our sheet there, guys. I'll send that over to the powers that be because we have a prediction. Is that for today? Did I click on the wrong one? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. I don't know if you can still enter it. Maybe you can, but I think because what it was for a print time today at 10 a.m. Eastern, so that would mean it would already be over. So this would be something. Yeah, and it says you have 6 hours left. So the 20th. So this means tomorrow. So this means that's what so this is tomorrow. That's what I said to see that. Yeah. So this is what is Home Depot's price? What is the print time tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern, 30 minutes after the opening bell?
So I'm just gonna report it. So we'll go through and just check that. I think we do have a little bit of education. So we'll wait. We'll do that probably top of the hour. Oh, or right now. Let's do it right now. It's up there. So let's go. Let's learn about things.
Financial markets,
let's do a little bit of education from there.
Modern financial markets process data in a fraction of a millisecond. To extract a profit in this environment, market participants pour vast resources into developing complex mathematical algorithms and analyzing macroeconomic indicators. But technical and quantitative advantages are highly saturated. In an ecosystem dominated by institutional competition, a purely mathematical edge is easily commoditized by high-frequency networks. Long-term market outperformance bypasses external market architecture entirely. The critical differentiator between transient luck and sustainable professional performance resides within the internal psychological landscape of the human operator. We operate with a severe biological mismatch. The human brain evolved to optimize for physical survival. It prioritizes immediate threat detection, extreme energy conservation, and linear, effort-based rewards. If you work 40 hours in society, you expect guaranteed linear compensation. Financial speculation, however, operates in a highly probabilistic, constantly shifting environment. When the brain's survival wiring interacts with the aggregate chaos of the markets, these evolutionary defaults become deeply maladaptive. Without a formal psychological framework, the vast majority of participants fail, regardless of their technical sophistication. This chart illustrates the intersection of human neurobiology and market variance. When a trader faces acute financial uncertainty, unrealized capital losses, or the sudden invalidation of their market thesis, the brain registers the event as a direct physical threat. This initiates an immediate activation of the amygdala, triggering a powerful physiological fight or flight state. Fear, in the context of trading, is an acute stress response. This chemical cascade heavily impairs the prefrontal cortex. That is the specific region of the mammalian brain responsible for executive function, logical analysis, probabilistic thinking, and adherence to predefined rules. The operator experiences cognitive paralysis or hesitates on valid algorithmic signals. The inverse reaction is equally destructive. Greed is driven by the brain's dopaminergic reward system. The anticipation of excessive profits triggers rapid dopamine release, creating a localized physiological state of euphoria. This neurochemical reward severely distorts objective risk perception. The operator becomes physiologically addicted to the neurological reward of market engagement. They abandon established risk management protocols, take on excessive leverage, and overtrade to maintain the dopamine spike. To survive this environment, a participant must formalize a psychological operating system. They must actively install mental frameworks designed to override these neurobiological defaults and manage probabilistic data without triggering an emotional response. The late Mark Douglas redefined the etiology of market failure by identifying a structural cognitive flaw he called the belief gap. The friction occurs when a trader unconsciously transposes the absolute rules of everyday societal logic onto the aggregate actions of millions of independent market participants. Because the market routinely produces outcomes contrary to individual expectations, the trader experiences the normal variance as a personal attack. Douglas engineered a top-down philosophical patch, requiring the absolute internal integration of 5 fundamental truths. These truths act as the psychological bedrock for a professional operator, requiring them to accept that anything can happen, and that they do not need to know what will happen next to extract capital. The critical conceptual shift lies in defining the exact nature of an edge. Even if a back-tested strategy possesses a highly robust historical win rate, the actual sequence of wins and losses over the next 20 trades is entirely random and unknowable. To prove this internally, a trader must enter the mechanical stage of evolution. Here, the primary objective is the subjugation of emotional interference through rigid, unyielding structural discipline. All decisions regarding entry triggers and stop-loss placement are mathematically predetermined. The goal is to build internal evidence that a rule set yields a positive expectancy over a large sample size. A participant does not interact with the external market directly. They trade their internal beliefs about the market. By accepting pure randomness, the perception of market variance as a biological threat is permanently neutralized. However, abstract philosophical acceptance frequently breaks down under live market pressure. Clinical psychologist Dr. Brett Steenbarger shifted the approach to rigorous, evidence-based clinical routines and sports performance coaching.
Love Brett Steenbarger.
Steenbarger introduced the performance loop. This treats active trading not as a chaotic, reactive activity, but as an iterative laboratory requiring traders to deliberately move through 4 distinct phases: plan, act, review, and refine. Emotional control during market hours is predetermined by rigid, highly structured routines executed outside of the session. Morning physical exercise and mindfulness baselines modulate cortisol levels, preserving executive function for complex market interpretation later in the day. This clinical methodology heavily integrates principles from solution-focused brief therapy. Rather than analyzing past failures and psychological deficits, it isolates and amplifies existing instances of peak performance. Through a formal strengths audit, a trader ceases their obsession over localized losses. They meticulously document their flawless executions, reverse engineering the exact environmental conditions, cognitive states, and process adherence that reliably produce their optimal results. Because global markets are dynamic, non-stationary systems, the statistical properties of any edge will eventually decay. Exercising unyielding discipline to an aging strategy leads directly to insolvency. Elite operators instead cultivate adaptive intelligence, utilizing controlled experimentation to discover new edges as old ones erode. Even with strict routines, traders experience immense frustration when they intellectually understand probability but physically fail to execute it. Jared Tendler provides a highly mechanical framework to dissect these exact cognitive breakdowns. This is the inchworm concept. It models a trader's performance capability as a moving bell curve. The absolute best, flawless execution sits on the right as the A game, while the emotionally compromised, destructive performance occupies the far left as the C game. Most participants focus exclusively on acquiring new technical indicators to push their A game forward. But if the specific cognitive errors that define the C game remain unaddressed, that tail acts as a massive anchor. True progress requires pulling the back end forward. Traders utilize a mental hand history to explicitly document the flawed internal logic that triggers severe emotional tilt and revenge trading. They then inject highly targeted logical corrections to counter the error in real time. Ignoring the left tail of behavioral performance guarantees massive equity swings and eventual emotional burnout, regardless of how robust the mathematical strategy might be. Modern neuropsychoanalysis completely rejects the popular industry ideal of the emotionless cyborg trader. Denise Shull asserts that suppressing human neurobiology is biologically impossible and strategically wasteful. Look closely at how these two metrics correlate. Human emotion serves as a highly advanced auxiliary data feed. It synthesizes vast amounts of complex, nonlinear environmental data faster than the conscious intellect can process. A physical sensation of anxiety before entering a position is often a fractal representation of deep pattern recognition occurring in the subconscious. High-stakes proprietary trader Tom Haugard highlights a profound statistical paradox. Elite institutional strategies and highly profitable market wizards frequently operate on win rates below 30%. Normal human biology makes this mathematical reality unbearable for retail participants. The ego possesses a desperate need for certainty. When a position enters into profit, the anxiety of potentially losing that gain compels a premature exit. When a position moves into a loss, the ego defends it, refusing to accept the invalidation. The professional operator inverts this biological imperative entirely. They train their mind to feel acute, unbearable pain when a losing position is held, and absolute comfort and aggression when adding size to a winning position as it moves into uncharted territory. Integrating these methodologies forms a deployed psychological operating system. Probabilistic beliefs form the bedrock. Clinical routines act as the engine. Somatic awareness is the real-time sensor. To prevent emotional drift, this architecture must be hard-coded into a personalized tradebook. This document dictates technical entry criteria alongside precise psychological notes to override biological threat responses. The final evolutionary trajectory moves the operator from rigid mechanical execution into the intuitive stage. The synthesis of immense volumes of market data occurs below conscious calculation, achieving a highly attuned symbiotic flow state with the market environment. As algorithmic infrastructure increasingly handles the high-speed processing of vast market data, human alpha is narrowed. The remaining advantage relies entirely on adaptive intelligence, hypothesis creation, and rigorous physical health optimization to preserve cognitive clarity. Ultimately, a mathematically mediocre strategy executed with peak psychological discipline operates as an asymmetric multiplier. It will consistently outperform a brilliant, complex quantitative model operated by an emotionally compromised human. The consistent extraction of capital is the mathematical manifestation of profound psychological self-mastery.
That it? Is that
Well,
all?
there we go. Yeah, that's
over.
it.
Wow.
It's over. So there are a lot of big words there.
Words. A lot of that general thesis was trading in the zone. Was Mark Douglas. That trading psychology and
those, shout out if you want to learn more, right? The books from all of those people, right? Mark Douglas, Trading the Zone is an absolute must for traders. He talked about Brett Steenbarger. He's done like a handful of books. He did The Psychology of Traders. You ever watch Billions? And they've got like that's the trading psychologist lady. He always jokes that that's him, except just way less attractive because he's an old dude. But great, he was Paul Tudor Jones' personal psychologist, and Paul Tudor Jones was like one of the greatest of all times. Shout out there, and then also the Tom Hogarth. He did like The Best Loser Wins. It's another great book. Just talks about how. What we all know is that if you have a good system, hopefully you're predicting a large number of outcomes. So you're saying, okay, over the next 1,000 trades, I expect to be right, 60% of the time and make 2 times when I'm right, when I'm wrong, whatever it is. But no one knows the next 5 trades, 10 trades, 20 trades. It's completely kind of random, right? You need that kind of law of large numbers to smooth out any potential return. Like every time you hit the button, it's random to some degree. And as soon as for me, that was like my biggest, I think, trading moment. As soon as I just internalize that, because anyone can tell it to you, but there's like a moment, I think, as a trader where you go, oh, I just hit the button. I don't know what's going to happen next. And as soon as you kind of let that go and you just say, okay, as long as my system is tuned okay, then over the long run, I will do just fine. Then everything else is just kind of whatever, right? Everything else just kind of like let it go. And that becomes kind of like a Zen moment.
Yeah.
Or you could just go watch Frozen and just listen to that "Let It Go" song about 475.
There you go. Just drill it in your
And
head. My
also,
kids are not there yet, but I'm sure I will at some
Yeah, I'm
point.
like, I was wondering if you're off the school bus song in there yet. So let us know when you heard that 500 times, like the school bus song. I won't
So
start
this
singing.
is the, this is the question, right? Does the quant stuff I'm doing remove the human element? And no, it changes it. I still have worries and everything like everyone else. Are just different. So, for example, when my systems enter a prolonged drawdown, which they will, my worry is, okay, is my system broken, or is this just a normal drawdown? Is it, the fighting the urge to interfere is something I have to do like all day long. So yeah, it doesn't change. It changes it. It doesn't eliminate it. Your problems are not gone. They're just different problems, which kind of sucks. But yeah, you're not going to get rid of the emotional side of trading even as a quant. It's just the things that you're looking for are slightly different than they were before. So I like it because all of my problems are solved outside of the market. I don't need to worry about hitting the buttons and doing the day-to-day trading operations. So a lot of my problems are, sit on the back deck with your feet up and have a good think about, okay, has something changed that would break my system in the market, or is this just kind of some weird niche stuff that's going on? I don't know. Just different problems, right? Problems nonetheless, but just different in nature.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
I was looking at MU. It looks like we're making a potential bear flag on the 5-minute mark.
Oh,
on the 5 minute.
You see anything cool in small cap space there, Josh?
It's slowed, yeah. Really, really, really slowed.
Codex.
Yeah.
I know people were watching.
Yeah, CODX was one. Yeah, Codex makes that's the main one moving. W&W was back again today, so W&W was back, but nothing too great. This play's been reverse split. So did EasyGo. Look at EasyGo. Check out EasyGo. So EasyGo just had a nasty sell-off that I got a part of a week or two ago, and they just did a reverse split after it, like W. So it's like I've seen two plays here recently do reverse splits, and look at this. It's going to look like it was just at $500 like a week ago.
They did a reverse split just to get to $2. I think that's as high as they could juice it. Oh, that's bad. Because usually they want to juice it to like 10 or 20. That was
at 1 cent. That came down to one. That essentially was the equation of
So that's probably as much as they could do without making their float like essentially zero at that point. There's one share of our company and it's worth $100. There you go. That's our whole company. Congratulations.
Yeah.
So it's crazy with these because what's next. They reverse split and then they're gonna issue more shares. That's just how these things work. And yeah, it's just EasyGo. Hoo-wee. That's
didn't go so easy for Go. So but yeah, did not go good today in the small cap sector. It's been relatively slow. One I always love too, just so you got to remember what stocks do. And RUBI Ruby it's always say Ruby in the sky with diamonds. Of course, it doesn't really go to the sky with diamonds. You think it's going to, and usually that play just goes straight down to dirt. Yeah, every time that play pops up, I tell traders to short that play. So that was been the most predictable play of the day, and could give you at least 50 cents, if not a point in profit, if you held long enough. And a lot of plays the last few days are popping up on no news. So we're seeing a lot of no news PRs popping up. And it's just kind of the world we're in right now in the small cap sector. It's been hit or miss. We're having some good days and we have some really slow days. And then today's one of those relatively, really slow days.
Yeah, I'd say relatively slow for sure. Even in the market, even though we are bleeding here, like this is the opening print and this is where we are right here. So it's, most of the things happened via gap and we're just kind of hanging out inside of it. I'm just checking some of these large cap like AMAT, just seeing, they're down, but they're just not down huge. Like nothing's Intel. Yeah, it's down. And on a percentage basis, these are pretty big, but they're not like, these aren't like aggressive, I guess, moves is the best way to put it. These aren't like huge. This doesn't feel dramatic, I guess, as the quant saying this is how the market feels like to me, my fifis. But like, it's not, there's no like big red flush candles. There's no like, huge kind of pushes down. If you look at it, on Intel, we're at prices not seen since 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago.
Yeah.
And they're just like, the way that we're getting kind of bottoming tails and small body candles just shows that we're just kind of like fighting our way down. It really does feel, and make sure you guys are tuning in for the stream. Again, I've got that thing with my daughter for a blood draw, but as soon as I can get back, I will get back for it. It feels like we're waiting until Nvidia, and then again, for what me and you talked about, Jesse, where it ripped. It's like rug pull city on that thing. It's like, oh, great earnings, and then it just falls 4 or 5%.
Yeah.
So I think we're just in a world where Wednesday night and then Thursday's action is going to be so important, because if it gaps up and holds, then I could see all this stuff just like
ripping right back
on.
Yeah, like you said, it's definitely not. It's not cratering. It's not just completely falling. We're bleeding, but it's not. It's not a tremendous amount, and it's totally manageable to come back. And a good pullback might be what the market needs right now anyway, because we've been gapping up and going up with so much so fast in the last several weeks.
Yeah. Well, like Tax said it perfect there. The market just need an excuse, and it's always the way. Like something is probably going to happen. You don't know what that something is, but when you see the SPY just like skyrocketing like this, you're like, okay, I don't know what excuse they're going to use, but they're going to have to do something to pull us back like 5% to shake the trees a little bit. They have to, because we can't just do this every single day forever. It's not the way the markets work. At some point, profit taking has to come in. I don't know what excuse they're going to use at the time, but they're going to use something. They're going to come up with some sort of that's Iran or inflation or whatever it is. But just FYI, I'm just looking here. We do have Trump talking right now on live, so just be careful. He's standing outside the White House with a picture of the White House and like construction going on behind him. So I don't know. I'm assuming he's talking about like a remodel or something. So maybe this isn't going to be market moving, but
could be about the ballroom thing that they're trying to build.
Okay.
That's been
but it's never going to be the press isn't going to ask him about his ballroom, right? They don't care. The press is going to ask him about
the war,
wars and economies and whatever. So just know that there's some.
Of course,
whenever question and answer happens, we could get a tank, or we could get a rip, depending on what the question and what the answer is, right?
Of
Trump. Mideast countries asked for a few more days before attack. Trump waiting on Iran for a limited time, 2 to 3 days, maybe early next week. So,
gosh, that's that's been the news cycle now for the last several weeks, and it seems like, especially yesterday, we had some negative news about the war. Oil was going up, so the markets reacted, and it seems like there's just a certain point after a day or two that's when they'll say negotiations are probable, it's on the table, and then the market it rallies and it starts to go back up for a few days, and then we get the same. It just seems like a cycle for the last month and a half at least with this war, and that seems, I don't know. And then of course, we talk here a little bit about potential alleged insider trading and the things that who knows what announcements are going to be made before they're made. It's almost like you have to think like a shark in this market too. Like, okay, yesterday we bled. Some of that was because of the war in Iran and some of the news. And at a certain point, you just know he's going to say something about how peace is coming and there's a good deal happening, and then bam, it's gonna happen, and then we're gonna find somebody bought up at 20 minutes right before he spoke. They bought how many shares of XYZ stock, and
coincidentally,
it happened. Coincidentally, it's happened multiple times now.
And it's the market just kind of slowly gets over it. I find with these news events, like we were having huge swings one way or another, but he essentially just kind of in one tweet I'm seeing, and anytime there's a stream of tweets like this from Walter Bloomberg, he's literally just typing what the dude's saying live. But there's one tweet that says 2 to 3 days, and the market doesn't really react. So we were getting that whole I'm going to wipe out a civilization tonight kind of thing, and the market just doesn't react because I think it's just at this point kind of calling his bluff and just saying, okay, sure, like, you've made it very clear, but the problem is there's no like official end date, I guess, signing of a peace deal between the two of them. I think what people are really just they stop caring what people say because there's been so much of a back and forth. What they're looking for is that straight to open, and because that's a very objective thing, is that we start to see oil tankers kind of flow in and out, we can go, okay, we're good, right? We're good to go, right? It's an interesting question. Hold on.
Go ahead.
I ask owners of prop firms. Well, we're not the owners, first of all, just to let you know. We're the entertainment. We come and dance and sing. If 99% of traders lose money, why are there rules to prop accounts? Well, first of all, 99% of traders don't lose money. That was based off one study that happened a long time ago. It's probably more like 80%. I'd say 70, 80%.
5%.
I'd say 70 to 80% is the most accurate that I saw, which is funny because it actually lines up with any business. If you go to open like a corner store, there's like an 80% chance every business that is filed in the first 3 years ends up breaking. So I'd say it's both. Anyway, it's high. It's a high. But why are there rules? Because the rules save people. Most people don't blow up or lose money trading because they have a bad strategy that slowly ticks away. Usually people blow up by taking one giant bet that goes absolutely horrible and just destroying their entire account. So the rules come in, like the daily stop losses and things like that, to help with that, right? It's why if you look in the actual prop community, it's way lower. It's probably more in like the 70s to 60% failure rate. It will always be higher than 50-50 of people that fail. It kind of has to be. And it's because, right, for everyone who takes a trade, there's one guy who makes money and one guy who loses money, right? So that's the kind of answer I give and then also the rules are because it's our money. You know what I mean? Are you going to let, if I knocked on your door right now and said, hey, I'm going to trade your account, no rules. I'm going to trade your account. Are you going to go, yeah, sure. Come on in. Here's the password. Have fun. No rules. So it's the same thing, right? If we're going to give you pass your eval, we're going to give you a funded account. We keep those rules on because it's our money. So if you're going to go risk our money in the market, we're going to make sure that you can do things that won't hurt the other traders in the firm or hurt the firm itself because we're business, right? So you can't have people out there kind of going and blowing up the firm by taking wild bets. So if you look at most of our rules, they're simply that, right? You can't lose more than a single day. You can't lose more in a trade, or more in a day, or more total, or there's cutoffs and things like that. And if you look at them all from the firm's point of view, that's why they're there. That's right. It's like we're going to offer people our money to trade. We got to make sure we don't go to zero at some point, right?
If you knocked on my house with a crowbar, though, I might be inclined to say, okay, do whatever you want with the money.
Well, that's where you have 14 dogs and 4 Great Danes. They probably will just run away. They'll go, I don't have that many crowbars.
well, yeah. If Steve shows up with a crowbar, I'll just go, here's the keys, man. I'm not fighting you.
It's yours.
Because it's the really nice and kind of quieter ones like Steve that you got to watch out for, right? It's like, you go to the bar and you got the big guy who's like yelling at you. You're not too worried about him because he's probably just all talk. But if you got the quiet guy standing next to him that like his buddy and he's just like glaring at you, you're like, okay, that's the guy. That's the guy I got to worry about, right? So don't underestimate our boy Steve, man. He'll come out swinging one day.
The serial killers are always the quiet guys. Quiet guys in the corner, just waiting.
With the nice smile and everything, he lulls you into a sense of security, and then bam with the crowbar. Bam. Gotcha.
Bam. Goes to church on Wednesday and Thursdays. You never would have expected it.
Nope.
Where am I at, Crow? I'm not going to dox myself, but I'm in Nova Scotia. I guess that's big enough that I'm on.
Big enough. You're fine.
Do you want me to bring it up on Google Maps or something? And did I say something to offend you? Is it going to be Crow with the crowbar? That'd be a little too on the nose, I think.
I like the way Tack spelled serial killer. That's right. I do enjoy cereal as well, Tack. He wrote
my kids, right?
Breakfast. That's great. Yeah, make sure you guys join the earnings challenge. You can see the link in the description. We have earnings today as well as tomorrow and Thursday. Everybody knows Wednesday, of course, is the big day with NVIDIA, but we do have earnings tonight as well. So make sure you're back on the stream 2:30 Eastern. Steve and I will be on this afternoon. So looking forward to that. Oh, it's Power Hour only today. My apologies. Oh,
Power yes, and I got the clarification of Home Depot while I have a wood chipper, Tack. Why? Is that weird? Do most people not have wood chippers? How do you chip your wood, man? With Home Depot. So yes, it reported earnings this morning, but it is still the challenge thing because it's a swing. So we're giving you a couple days. So all the rules on the website are still right. You have till the end of today to predict tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. Even though earnings is done, you get to see what the day candle is and see if you can kind of predict that next day. So it's still go there and get access to that, because if you win, you still free accounts. I don't know if that's easier or harder, because it's a wild candle, right? It is. I don't think this just dies today. I think it's one of those that tomorrow it's still going to be action, because it's one of those, it's hammered. Man, the more I look at this thing, now I know that earnings is reported. I think I'm going to become a Home Depot investor today if we end up holding this. I love this setup. I love the huge downtrend, like gap down reversal kind of thing. Like it's cleared out everybody. I'll tell you, if we close, I'll put 300. If we close at or around 300, I'm going to be buying Home Depot on the close. If we give too much of this back and we're in like the 295s or something like that, I'll probably be out. But I just see that as so I guess if I were to do my prediction, I'm going to hope it's higher. Now, just quick wrap up my trades before I leave you guys.
I was going to say, we could have a big outbreak of storms here in the United States, just so you know. So I've seen that in the past where, so maybe not that we want bad tornadoes and bad weather, but there is a bad outbreak happening today for the next 2 or 3 or 4 days. So that could also rise some stock, some prices for Home Depot.
Yeah, people boarding up their windows and things. Well, if you're anywhere near there, right, be safe for sure. I've only got the 2 trades on still. They're both kind of mean reversion longs. Whatever NB is, you can see there, both flat on that. AMKR up a little bit on that guy. And then those 2 trades, the GCTS and Figma, out of those. So pretty light day for me, and that's just what we're seeing in the market, right? Overall, we're down like 1%, but it's not like, again, it's not an aggressive down. It's more of like a float down 1%. So now is where I give my task to Josh. Can you pump those numbers up a bit for me? Can you make us go positive today? That would be killer. Can you do that?
All right.
Can you talk to your guy?
Thanks, Barney in chat for giving him some extra spice and to go with the tea there. Let me take a look here. Let me take a look, see what I can do for you. I feel like we're at some third world country, and you come to me and say, "Can you let's make a deal?" And I say, "Okay, let's make a deal." And I say, "I'll hold you up last Tuesday's low is that I think it is. What's that low from last
this guy? This candle?
Yeah. I'm gonna do my best to hold that up right around there. Okay, that's my duty for the next hour
take that.
at least.
See, that's how, guys, that's the art of the deal. I said positive today, which would be, ripping the IWM like 2 points or 2%. He said, no way. He said, listen, I'll make sure we don't fall. And I'm like, okay, I'll take that. I'll be fine with that. And I'm looking down at my account now, and it is red. And so just no more red would be fine. Just make the number stop going down. That would make me feel a little better, right? Or I've got to take the meat out of the children's, ramen, and just, right, they're hot dogs, and then I'll have to take the hot dogs out. Beauty of those, they last forever. I can wait for the market to rebound before they get hot dogs again.
There you go. Did you watch the Canadians last night? Did you watch them? Did you watch your team win?
No. I tried to watch the inside of my eyes last night. Did we win?
You did win. You won. Congratulations.
Good.
You're a winner. Come on down.
Good for me. I feel good. No, I tried to, screaming kids. So I just tried to sleep the best. You've got like a billion of them. So
I understand. It's close to a billion. You're pretty close.
Do they also take turns being sick? Only one can be sick at a time, but then the other one gets sick, and it seems like it's like
that has happened.
Like a rotation.
It's a little rotation.
Like everyone just gets sick at once. We'll turn on some Bluey. We'll chill out, and then everyone feels better. And just don't.
Right.
You're doubling the sickness when you're taking turns.
They say it takes a village, but see, I have a village, so
there you go.
I need some extra help. But no, my kids are great, and great working with you today, Michael. Have a great day.
Yeah, I'll talk to you guys. If you're going to be on the stream Wednesday, I'll talk to you then. If not, I'll see you Thursday, guys. Yeah. And Josh, mark it up, not down, up. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, bye-bye.
Got it.
Up, Josh. Let's go.
Booyakasha! Booyakasha! All right, let's get straight into it with the J&J show, straight out of the gate. So first off,
number one.
Tomorrow, what'd you say? We're number one?
I said, you said first off, I said number one.
Oh, okay, number one. Yeah, I love it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was like, well, we are. We're the number one midday show, okay? Well, the ratings just came in. The J&J show is now the number one midday show on YouTube. So first off, we're hosting an actual trading event tomorrow. That's right. Hosting a trading challenge. Open the registration form tomorrow from 9 to 9:45 Eastern time. So join us tomorrow morning. That's 9 a.m. to 9:45 a.m. After that, we'll run a raffle. And one selected participant will go live one-on-one at 10 a.m. Eastern against our host. So come over tomorrow. We're not even going to let you know who you're facing. Yeah, that's what we're going to do here at Trade the Pool. We're going to keep it a mystery guest like it's back in 1997. And it's a wrestling event, baby. Woo! And it's me and Jesse. And we don't know who we're going to face. And it's a mystery partner.
We don't know.
So that's going to happen tomorrow. That's next to you guys, though. Not us. I'm just joking. So as in wrestling, just reminds me back when they had a mystery. That's how when Hulk Hogan turned heel, when he went from the yellow and red.
That's right.
And WCW, if you remember, it was Bash at the Beach in '96. He turned, I think it was '96, turned heel and went to the Hollywood Hulk Hogan, and it was a bad guy, and they were throwing all the beer cans at him.
I saw some of that, yeah.
Yeah. So again, tomorrow, hosting a trading challenge. So tomorrow, Wednesday, the 20th. Open the registration form again from 9 a.m. to 9:45 Eastern. We're going to run a raffle after that. One selected participant will go one-on-one against the host. If the participant managed to beat the host, they'll win a free $25K account. And we're going to be running that one back and doing it multiple times. Secondly, we're also going to do this. The trading challenge. Every day we have the Trade the Pool Prediction Challenge. It's Home Depot. I know Mr. Nosh just talked about it. Sorry if when I say that, I feel like it's just because I know his last name. It's not because I'm trying to show him. He's like, would you quit calling me Mr. Nos like he's some old guy? What Michael Nosh just told you guys, the Nosinator. That's what I just need to start calling him because that's his nickname for me. Said, hey, Home Depot, tomorrow, what's the print time? At 10 a.m. Eastern. So we got multiple things going on tomorrow morning. The trading challenge. That's right. Come join that. Put your name in a raffle. That's from 9 a.m. to 9:45. And then after that, we're going to not only show you the winner, but at that same time, then we're going to see, hey, what the print time is. And that's when you can see who's close to winning the Home Depot. 5K eval. That's right. We'll do Cava tomorrow as well. So go over. You still have right under 6 hours to submit your prediction price. Again, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern print time is what you're looking for. And a big, got to. Come on, let's give him a round of applause real quickly for Douglas.
Wow.
He won 2 yesterday.
Congratulations, Douglas. Wow. Woo! That's huge.
What? I scrolled down and I was
wild.
like, you got to be kidding me. Got to be kidding me there. So there you go. He's going to get 2 5K accounts where that's just, essentially, again, gift certificate toward a larger one. And you can use these credits that we give you for 25K, 50K, etc. Now, The other thing we're doing, which we're about to announce a winner from yesterday, and it's 2 if I'm not correct, right? Ayush, two from yesterday, right? Oh, 2 it is.
Uno, dos.
And look at the former winners down here. This is not winner chicken dinner. This is winner steak dinner, baby. Well, maybe if you like chicken more, that's all you. Give me chicken and steak, though, if I can have it with some shrimp and lobster, because this is getting a 25K eval account for free. And this is simple. This is just going to put your name and your email address. That is it. Tell me right now, Jesse, how amazing is that? All you have to do is put your name and your email
That's it.
I mean,
That's all you have to do. Name, email address. It doesn't get any easier than that. It doesn't get any simpler. I mean, I guess it could just be your name, but we have to have an email address so that way we can actually send you the info. You know, there's a lot of Joshes out there, so you can't just write Josh. We might send it to somebody else. A lot of Nigels.
Right. Yeah, so congratulations to all the former winners, and that's, yes, Nigel, the student that you do see in chat. We'll be doing 2 of these today. 2 of them tomorrow for NVDA as well, and tomorrow is the big dog. He kind of sneaks in at the very end. He wants to be the late at the show, right? He's the late entrance kind of person. It's NVIDIA. NVDA tomorrow. Join us for earnings tomorrow. It's going to be heck of a fun. So let's get to today, baby. And today's winner. And I think we do have a drum roll. Can I hear the drum roll, please? Where's it at? It's a good one. There we go. Winner 1 is... Shake it up. Shake it around. Up. Asana. Asana A. Congratulations.
Boom.
You have won a 25K eval. Right now, you're probably going, that's it. I did it. I just put my name and an email address. They are true. It is true. It is weird. And you will get an email from most likely Carlo or someone from Trade the Pool. I actually had someone in chat last week thinking it was spam or something. I'm like, no, it's not spam. It's real. Carlo's our dude. Someone in the background, most likely it's Carlo, will send you an email letting you know you've won it. And I think a lot of them they're doing interviews and they're talking to with, or at least they're having some sort of, conversation with. So, hey, we want to reach out to you. We want to let you know you mean a lot to us to even just come over and participate. And that's what this is every single day. Drum roll number 2, please. Tyler S.
Tyler.
25K.
Congrats.
Now, you, Asian. There you go. 2 of you won today. Thank you, Upsana and Tyler. Both of you have now won.
Ryder.
What's that?
The writer says hello to us, Mike.
Okay.
Hey, Mike.
Yes. So again, don't forget today, team. Come back this afternoon and make sure you participate and put your email address with your name. That's simple, and you win a 25K eval, and you can see the former winners. There's Miss Aussie chick Ingrid in chat. I know her particularly in person. I've met her a couple of times. I know her, like, truly. And then again, 5K evals, Home Depot, Kava. And then boy Douglas, again, one more round of applause for everyone today, if you wouldn't mind that, for everyone that's won yesterday and today. Congratulations, guys.
Wow. Good job. Good job.
Nope, don't want to close them all. I'm gonna keep them rolling. I want to keep that page rocking and rolling. That's us. I need to keep that up and rolling.
That is
using
great.
that. No.
And Tack, hold on. Tack says I need a nickname. So Tack, you want to nickname me, or maybe Josh can. I don't know if did you give you probably gave yourself AK-47. How did that name come about for you?
Yeah, I've gotten that so often. Until this day, I still cannot recall where it came from. I know my wife's initials are AK. Okay. Not her last name, but her first initial and her second, like her middle and first, her first and middle name. AK-47 was used a lot on GoldenEye. I to this day, I don't know. I really don't, because you talk fast. You're trying to put alerts out fast, and I'm like, man, this is another, which you've been around me enough, and you'll get to know me even more. That's just almost a Joshism. This Josh especially, just goofy. I don't know. I mean, there are some things where you're like, you have no idea why you named yourself, and I'm like, no, I don't. I have no idea why. I don't know, because I got that about 3 years in, because I was literally I took off pretty quickly, and I was only really almost 3 years into my journey, full time, that I was streaming live. So like I start really honing in late 2017. By May of 2020, I'm streaming live. And so so somewhere in 2020, 2021, because everyone calls me AK. I mean, everyone, out in public, and traders do anyway. It's so funny. No one calls me Josh. Like, no one. Everyone just, well, at least my original community and the people that I like, and the most that know me, I do one-on-ones with. They call me AK. It's funny. Like, even I think Ingrid, if I'm not mistaken, if she's in chat, she calls me AK. It's just, I have no idea. It's crazy. So like, it was cool, and that's what I wanted, because I thought about, because AK-47 was my name, and after all the violence and guns, which I'm not, no one should be obviously a fan of, and I'm like, I don't want to try to change my name. But then, you know, the place I used to stream live at, he was like, man, no, everyone just calls you AK. It's nothing, has nothing to do with guns. They don't associate you with guns. And so I've kept it, because I was like, man, maybe I want to change it to like Bruce Wayne, or not like Batman, but like the other guy, you know, like his real name, you know, like instead of, don't call myself Superman Trader, call me Clark Kent, you know, I don't know. And I was like, but then that came about really, and I got this alter ego that people then call me AK. And so it's really weird, because when I did my first in-live seminar and had a presentation, had about 300 people there, 250 people, whatever it was, everyone was just AK, AK, and it was so weird. I really didn't think that. I was just expecting, okay, here everyone's gonna call me Josh. You know, I'm in person. It's not on. I'm not on the live stream. Everyone's gonna, you know, call me by my proper name, and no, everyone just AK. And so yeah, to this day. That was in 2022. So yeah, and to this day, I still get asked that. And I'm like, man, I have no idea. I wish I could go back to the day I came up with it. And so, yeah.
Those are the best, though. Those are the best. They just sort of come out organically. You can't recall the exact moment in time when it happened. And then it just sticks and it stays there.
Right.
So it becomes legend.
What I will say is kind of funny right now. The messy Barney says the messy Jesse. Barney, that sounds like I own it. Like, that sounds like I own a hot dog like restaurant, a Coney dog restaurant up in like Jersey, and I call we name them after like my kids in the family, and my kid's name's Jesse, and this hot dog's called the messy Jesse, and that would be covered in chili. That's our chili dog, the messy Jesse. That's the first thing that came to my mind is I own a Coney place like hot dogs, and we name them after our kids or people in the family are just named like that. And the messy Jesse would be the chili dog, of classic Southern chili dog with onions, jalapeno, some shredded cheddar cheese. Oh yeah, the messy Jesse. I was like, that's awesome. So yeah, let's come up. Well, Tack. I don't know why, but Nosinator, Tackinator, that comes first in my mind for both of you guys, but. We could call him the Nos. The Nos, as in, you know, everyone wanted Nos back in their car. You know, Brian O'Connor days. We know Vin Diesel, Mr. Dominic Toretto. The Nos, give me the Nos. But Tack, you could be AK. You know, you have AK. You know, when you go by, but Tack is your name. I think was that the question coming up a name for you, Jesse, or for Tack?
That was from. Oh gosh. Well, Barney said the messy Jesse. And Tax said, "Oh yeah, Tax said I need a nickname."
Oh, okay? Jesse needs. I see that now.
Yeah.
All right, so you need a nickname. So we'll think about it over the next half hour.
Need to come up organically though too. It might not just hit us today. You know, it might take a little bit of time for us to go. Okay, This is it. I know. Growing up, my dad called me Big J. He still calls me that, but we don't have to. Go with Big J.
And I like it because that reminds me. Have you ever seen Starsky and Hutch, the one that came out with
Owen Wilson, right?
Yeah. Well, they went in and remember Will Ferrell. They're trying to find Will Ferrell, but they go into the bar and the guy's name is Big something.
Big something. Yeah.
Like, but he was like, but he's not big or he's not little. And then they break off, and Ben Stiller and Owen Wilson are just talking normal. And they're like, yeah, but I know Big E. He goes by Big E because he's like really little. He's like 5'4", you know. And then he's like, yeah, right. And then so yeah. Oh, that reminded me of that. So is that why he called you Big J, because you are smaller, or
you say short because you're tiny? You're a little guy? No, I mean even when I was a kid, it was just Big J. My name's Jesse, so he shortened it to J, and he's like, hey, Big J. So that has kind of stuck around for a long time. But Groundhog says Big J doesn't fit you. How about Little D?
Little D.
Little D.
Little J. How about Little J? Yeah, so that's why I thought he called you Big J, because you were just smaller and you were like this. Because there was a guy named Ryan Cardona. Point being, my dad called him the bowling ball. He was our fullback in I should say in 7th grade. He eventually became, I played a different position, but at first he played fullback for a while because you couldn't stop him. I mean, he was short and slow, low to the ground. He could squat like 400-500. That was in high school and what he did, but he could squat the most essentially. And we always said, well, you could squat the most because you have to go down like 2 inches. I mean, I'm 6 foot. We'd always tell him that. And we always make fun of him because he was shorter and that's how strong his legs were. But man, he was a beast, So hey, you get my point though, you know. So maybe that's why he called you Big J, because
I
you
don't
were.
know. I mean, I'm not tall, but I go to the gym all the time. I'm very strong, so I mean, I'm not small. I'm just not vertically inclined.
Yeah, but I like that. But I would say that this sounds like Starsky and Hutch. I feel like I'm one character. In here.
There you go. There
You're
you
like,
go.
hey, I'm not. Listen, I'm just vertically inclined. Okay, I'm like, I like that. It's a polite way to put things. Okay.
It is.
So Big J. Okay, Big J. I'll go with that for now. But yeah, I mean, they're always a little goofier on here. Steve the Crowbar and Steve the Achieve. I forgot who came up with Steve the Achieve, just because it kind of rhymes. So Steve the Crowbar's funny. That's like his alter ego. Steve the Crowbar.
Yeah.
Groundhog says, sorry, I'm bored. You're good, bro. It's all good. We're having fun is what we're doing.
I still like throwing Knoxville your way, though, Johnny.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
just
yeah,
as a substitute nickname.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like it.
But you were about to talk about some stocks at some point later on. I have some large caps I could go over too. So if you want to show us definitely what you have, that'd be sweet.
Yeah, I was gonna say I was just gonna go over small caps and how slow they are. AMSC just had this sell off, this nice, I call these shelves, essentially bottom low area, bounce, bouncing. This is just due for a sell off. Essentially, once we make this somewhat of a uglier, kind of witchy as I would call, because it's pointier head and shoulders. So we kind of have a shoulder over here, then a head, then another shoulder. Eventually, just find a baseline, which I call a shelf wide, just because it looks like you're stacking a bunch of books on a shelf, especially if you go to a 1 minute time frame. Sometimes they're pretty, where it literally just will sit on it over and over. And so you just have a bunch of candles that really just sit on it. They don't spike up. They just sit. Anyway, and watch for this to sell off some more. You know, if you go back and look at this on a larger time frame chart here, which I'll show you guys, just so we can all look at the same thing. Zoom back out. There's not much to hold this up. I said earlier this could come all the way back down to 160 to 150 area. So I would watch for some more sell-off here from AMST. Codex was one that was trying to hold up earlier in the morning. Yeah, and then talk about head and shoulders. There's a shoulder, there's a head, there's another shoulder forming, looking to come back down to the base neckline of the shoulders. Unfortunately, just not getting follow through. Like I talk about for weeks now with you. I know it's how time flies by, but I've talked about this for weeks with you, definitely, and of course with Steve on the recaps that we do on Monday and Wednesday. There's Ingrid too, been texting me, so Ingrid even texted me, so the one that won the eval. So yeah. Anyway, the plays that do move are the plays that go up and dump down. It's like something like this. If we're looking at it spiking in pre-market every once in a while, like your Codexes of the world, it moves up. But even this, my point being, we're about 2 hours, as well as looking at my watch, about 2 hours after the opening bell, and it's very slow. There's not a lot to look at. We've had our lunch spikes, and those have come last week. We had them a few days in a row with TDIC. Speaking of, where is old TDIC here? Yeah, wow, founder. What? Wow, Jesse.
Wow.
What?
Life support. Life support.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Look at the sell-off here.
That's a sell-off.
Wow. So, and that's what's happening. So when you have TDICs do what they did, and then AIIO is not bad. It's AIIO. Yeah, AIIO, right? This one's still holding up and maybe can squeeze, but they're either former runners that we're seeing, like AIIO. What was the other one that we've looked at recently? Oh, there was another one that I know we've looked at here and there. Oh, HCAI, which didn't do anything today really too much. We looked at it yesterday, but it's a former runner. Maybe possibly look at it here during our the J&J show over the next 40 minutes. Could make its way back up. It's trying to, maybe, of course, lower high pattern, so it can maybe find its way back to like 15, maybe at this point, maybe somewhere right around there with the squeeze today. So keep that on watch. But yeah, plays we're looking at in pre-market. Oh, it's popped up. It's got news. It's got this. It's got that. Or maybe it has no news and it's just for whatever reason popping up. An hour, and then especially 2 after the bell. So here's, an hour after the bell, an hour about 2 hours after the bell. Just done. They're done. We're not looking at them. And so small caps, just overall, just not really getting that space right now. So watch for former runners. That's the main thing we're seeing. Again, we're running into a 3-day weekend coming up soon too, on top of the fact of this kind of uglier space we've just entered really, and have been this way over the past couple of months. We've gotten a couple of heat stretches there. We're getting halt plays for a couple of weeks. Now the halt plays are dying back on off. Had a little bit yesterday with HCAI, a little love there. I still think we could get maybe another 1 or 2 before the week's over. But then we're entering that 3-day weekend off on Monday. I'm taking actually Friday off myself. just for the morning. And, of course, I'll join Steve here for the lunch recap that we do, and essentially the overall week recap, which I love doing on Fridays. But that morning in my live stream, doing morning alerts that I do Monday through Friday every day, essentially all day, every day, every month. I'm not doing it Friday. I'm going to take Friday off, have a 4-day weekend, and enjoy it. So... but that's just me. So you get other people will maybe doing that too. Got to think about this time of the season. People are going to be hitting the beach. People are going to be going to the lake, especially here in Arkansas, right? Memorial Day weekend. So pay attention to that stuff as well.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. Good that you're taking Friday off. That's super helpful to relax, recalibrate, and then come back strong on Tuesday of next week. It's very, very smart to take a good, nice long break.
Oh, okay. So gotcha. Which I already did that too. So then Carlo, Carlo, I thought it was that. Dang it, Carlo. All right. Well, I think I may have revealed some extra winners today. When I revealed Douglas, I was supposed to reveal the double winner of Douglas today. Not I thought we did a 25K eval winner yesterday. Carlo just texted me. I was like, I thought that's what I was supposed to do. I didn't realize it was just supposed to be the dog. Well, I did everybody, okay? Listen, Josh wants to get. Listen, call me Oprah Smith, okay? Listen, I'm Oprah's son. I'm just. You get a taco. You get a car. You get a car. And
everybody's getting one. Hey, you're handing them out. Hand one to me.
Okay, you get a taco and you get a car. All right, and I'm talking. And listen, the car is just listen. Are you kidding me? You know what kind of car I'm giving away? I'm giving away Hot Wheels, baby. Your favorite Hot Wheels. That's it. So it's not much. It's just a Hot Wheels. But what part of Arkansas? I live in Central Arkansas. Jason Cropper, Central Arkansas, just outside of Little Rock. Have family in Northwest Arkansas, Central Arkansas. Has a story taken hold of the market with the validity. Tax says, I'm between the Iran conflict, global energy shortage, bond term, premium rising, Samsung strike, and sell in May. Josh, did you know that Arkansas has the most lithium extraction? I knew it, yeah. And we have the only diamond mining park, like in the world, essentially, for the most part. You can go to Murfreesboro, Crater of Diamonds State Park, look up. People will find 1, 2, 3 carat diamonds there. It doesn't happen too often. Doesn't look like much. It's just an open field of dirt. But you can go walk around a few acres, however big it is. It's a beautiful park. But yeah, you can actually go hunt and mine for diamonds in Arkansas.
I didn't know that. I didn't know you could do that in Arkansas.
Yeah, look it up. Murfreesboro, Arkansas, Crater of Diamonds State Park. It would be like, hey, you take a road trip like yourself and you're going to go to Dallas, Austin. You're going to take like my family would do this. They would put me in Hot Springs would be a first good stop. So you stop in Hot Springs, Arkansas. It's beautiful. There's lakes there. There's the horse racing. There's all kinds of stuff to do. It's a beautiful old town. Like Babe Ruth hit the first 500-foot home run there. Okay, we're talking gangsters used to go down there in Prohibition days for the drinking and the gambling. They have it's historic. And actually, Hot Springs, Arkansas, one of the presidents before they were actually given it's a national before it was actually given. I forgot what the president was. It's actually the first park in the United States. So before Yellowstone, it should have been given the first national the national park, whatever.
Oh, interesting. It's probably a Teddy Roosevelt thing. He had a lot to do with the national parks.
Yeah, forever ago. And so, yeah, it has a lot. But then right close to that is in Murfreesboro. So it could be like you stay at, Hot Springs, and the next day you go to Murfreesboro and have some fun and come back. And then you can make your way to, Texas. And because my parents would do, road trips like that where we'd stop at multiple places. So you're not that one place the whole time, And, we did that when we went down to, San Antonio. And then for whatever reason, they wanted to see what the beaches were like at Corpus Christi. And I don't know why, but we always go to Florida. So we're like, hey, spring break this year, we're going to blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah. But then it's like they're terrible, but we're used to the beautiful Florida beaches that have white sand and the beautiful clear water. But yeah, we did all the cities, kind of making our way down that way. And it was cool to do that. Like the Riverwalk in San Antonio, of course, the Alamo, so that was cool to do as a kid. But yeah. So yeah, if you ever get a chance and head down south, yeah, Hot Springs and Murfreesboro, not too far apart. And then lots to do there and it's beautiful. So yeah, a little intro.
That's awesome.
Yes. There you go. Done, gone, short on the sort. There you go. We're gonna say there, boss. And yeah, you can go over. You can go ahead.
Yeah. Can you see the screen?
Can I see the screen?
AMD or am I on? Good to go. Okay, cool. So I've been looking at AMD, a lot of the semiconductors. Of course, that's what I like to trade, and that's what I've been looking at. AMD, it went up as soon as the bell hit 8:30, but we really cratered down, and we went past the $400 mark, way down into 392s. But we are making a steady rally back and trying to hit that pre-market low of 412. We'll see if we can do that. I did want to point out on the daily chart with AMD that we do have this gap here. You can see, and it goes all the way down to about the 360s. I'm looking at that. I don't think we'll go back into that. Of course, it's the stock world. We don't know. But I am looking at this daily gap here, and we have some support around the 360 mark. So I think that one is pretty interesting to watch. Now, if you look over at MU, the stock is very similar looking. You can see we went up when the bell rang, and then we went down and we bled for a little while into about the 650s, and we're making our way back up. We are above the pre-market low, somewhere in the middle here. 692 is the pre-market high, so we might make it to there. We might make it above there. I did notice the trade that I took this morning. It hit 701. And when it started to retract and go down, I looked at that psychological whole number and I thought, okay, if we're going to go down, it's probably going to go down a bit today. So I got in and took some profits, and that was actually the one trade that I took this morning. So I was pretty happy with that. One of the bits of news that I wanted to share as well regarding MU was that Citi is viewing MU as bullish, and they raised their stock price from 425 to 840 is what they're looking at as a good buy to have. So some news on them this morning from Benzinga. I thought that was pretty interesting as well. So, and then Nvidia, of course, we have our earnings stream coming up on Wednesday. It's really consolidated yesterday and today. It really loves hanging out at the 220 mark that I have noticed, and it just continues to stay here. We go down a few bucks, we go up a few bucks, but we continue to land right at that 220 range. And then we kind of just stay there. So my guess is a short scalps. If you're going to trade Nvidia, that's what I would do. I would wait for this to probably pull back down a couple of dollars, and then probably go push back up to this 220. That would be my bet if I was trying to scalp this. I don't know, maybe if you want to go down to 219.80, something like that, if we reach that. That 220, I think, is I wouldn't say anything's a safe bet, but I could find it going back to that 220 mark as well. And then Tesla, love trading Tesla. Didn't do any of that today, but I do like to trade this one. It was kind of a short day. We broke below 400 and we went all the way to 393, and we're pushing back now. We'll see if we can get back up past that $400 mark. We'll see what happens. But at the moment, we're just kind of in some consolidation crap. And I'm going to wait to see if we can break up above that $400 mark, and I might go long, although in the last 2 days I'm just a little more hesitant to do that unless it's a short scalp. I kind of like the short game for my scalps at the moment as well. So that is essentially what I'm looking at.
I'll show you, and I forgot to show my one trade for the day is Ruby. So if you're going to go back to my monitor, we can go back to RUBI, and I'll show you what my screen and what I traded for the day. And real quickly, Jason, Little Rock. So yeah, I'm right there. I went to school at University of Arkansas, then finished at UALR in Little Rock after I had a little too much fun, essentially, in Fayetteville, and then Dad had to make the trip up and said, "All right, son, you're either up here on your own, or you can come back home. We'll help you out a little bit still, but you got to get a job though, yada, yada, yada." So, then, graduated, Dean's List, honors, yada, 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 moved up, broadcast journalism. My dad was in radio, so you might know who my father was. He used to be on The Buzz, and then before that on Magic 105 back in the day. So my dad was big time in, was a morning show host on radio for the longest time. So I went to the same field, and I wanted to. So this is exactly what I wanted to do for the longest time was talk about sports though, not stocks. But then I came and ran across stocks. And now here we go. So I started in 2015, learning about them. In 2016, took some time off because of jobs and how to make some money. And then 2017 started back up, sucked. Started tracking, journaling, charting, back testing. Learned I was a bounce trader. Went long. No one really went short back then anyway. And then from there. where I made my way to eventually streaming live in 2020, doing my one-on-ones and then shorting and going long and doing options and large caps and small caps. So it's been a long journey. Been with Trade the Pool for a little over a year, since last February. So you're going to love them to death, especially if you love to short. You don't have to locate anything. You trade anything on the stock market. Just go trade away. You don't have to think. Just go trade the chart. And now I've been streaming live with them for almost a year. Since last late July was when I first came on board. So I've almost been here a year now, and can't wait to continue to grow and provide more content. So yeah. So love it. Yeah. So I'm in Little Rock essentially. I'm in here all the time. When I do get out and about. And then at Groundhog, yeah, that's Little Rock for you, or the South. You just never know. So Groundhog, crazy story right there. It could have been Halloween, and hopefully it was. But even in Halloween, you're like, come on, bro, you gonna dress up and for real? The Clucks, the Clan. For real?
Oh my gosh.
Like, really? Man, you don't get shot or something. Oh, man. Yeah, so I have a long story. So, yeah, Nigel, if y'all don't know the journey, so long story short, I was went to school for radio, TV, worked for Channel 7, the ABC affiliate here in town, got a job, was a morning show host, first job out of college. Didn't get that's the one that was a sad part there for a while, was I didn't get hired for the longest time. So I graduated in May. Yeah. We gotta stop, we get copyright. But literally in 13 years ago, so May of 2013 is when I graduated college. Took a few years. I took a few years off between going to college, didn't go to college, farted around, went back, busted my butt. Graduated on honors, Dean's List the last couple of times, working for Channel 7, ABC for the sports department, doing stuff on the radio like my dad's show, who was a morning show host, yada, yada, yada. So I'm working my way up. Then I'm like, for the June, July, no job. August, no July. Finally get a job with the radio station in town, but it's like hourly, not salary. And then finally here, and then I'm hearing back from like hardly anyone. At this point, I'm applying all over the place. Like I was trying to like Mississippi, Louisiana, Missouri, right where you're above, Jesse, Texas, Oklahoma. No one was giving me anything, and then finally I'm applying outside of that, and then anything and everything. I mean, hundreds of jobs I applied for, and literally emails back, hearing back from people was less than two handfuls. It was truly a handful of people that would actually reach back. Maybe, and this is hundreds of jobs. Well, anyway, eventually, finally getting a job. You may have heard of the city. It's called Chillicothe, Missouri. It's right outside St. Joe's. It's right outside King.
Okay.
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah. It's a little small town right outside St. Joe. Had a radio station there. I was a morning show host. It was not fun, and I was not really what I wanted, but it was a job. And then I worked my way immediately. Like 3 months into that, I'm applying for jobs again. And luckily, I got a job back home, actually in Little Rock. The other sports station in town hired me. Then I was now the play-by-play for the Catholic high school football team. Yeah, I had multiple on-air stuff going on, producer, yada. It was awesome. Did like this morning update for sports. So when you came in and then you heard my voice all day long, like today in the sports, and I told you what happened last night, in the sports world, essentially. Anyway, then I got the job in Dallas, and that led me to stock trading. But yeah, I was never making good money. And then I was just looking up the totem pole, and I'm like, there's not as much money, because I'll never forget, I was at Channel 7 before I left off and really started venturing out. And then Jason Peters, you can look him up. He's done a lot for ABC, the Channel 7 ABC, the affiliate here in Little Rock. Anyway, you can look him up. He's done a lot of good stuff. But regardless, I don't know if he may have won awards too. I know that station has. But he was like, Josh, he's like, what are you getting this for? And I was like, my dad. I'm like, I'm going to make some money. And he's like, your dad's a dinosaur. They don't pay those that much anymore.
Right. The world did change in that. I did radio and TV. I told you this as well in college. And when I found the payments and as I graduated and was graduating and looking for internships, and I saw the disparity of pay among like the big names and the guys just entering the field, I was like, I got to find something else to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, because my dad was still making six figures, and this is up until, he retired around 2020, whatever it was, 2022, something like that. He retired, 21, 22, he retired. But I mean, I'm thinking heyday days, my heyday day, which I don't know why it was in my head, but heyday days, my dad was making in Little Rock, Arkansas, close to almost, probably 100, it was 150 plus, we'll just say that, somewhere in that range. It was good money, obviously.
That's good.
Little Rock, Arkansas, 150 to almost 200K for a morning show. So think, hey, you're talking from 6 to 10. You got some, and you got to come up with material. And of course, you got to have ratings to have that stuff. And he did. He had got to have, have personality and talking and all this stuff. He had that all. But you got to think about overall. You're working 4 hours a day, maybe do some site commercials and some shticks on the side. But so I just saw all the glory, right? And I was like, all the work he had to put in. And so I'm like, Josh, that was 10, 15, 20 years till he got there. He wasn't just right out of the gate. making anywhere close to that, and he had to work overnight shifts. And so here I'm, and now in Dallas, and now in this is 2013, 14, 15. I'm in the radio TV world, and I say ESPN did to sports media what Tiger Woods did to golf. Golf now, there are just so many golfers. That's why you'll never have another Tiger or Jack, because Tiger had a lot of competition and some good people. But there's just so many people out there because everyone wanted to play golf because of Tiger Woods. Like everyone wanted to play golf in the 90s and 2000s for the most part, or picked it up out of nowhere. A lot more people did. And so you got to think now ESPN blew up the sports media world. So there's now in 2013, 14, 15, people are doing podcasts. And I'm like, what are these podcast things? And so now you got to get into that, and so you got to do all these different things to get known. And it was hard. It was really hard. And so luckily I came across this in stock trading. So it was just saying my journey was hard. And then even into that, so then I'm working overnights. Luckily I see a Below Deck Bravo episode and Tim Sykes is on it. I'm like, okay, Mr. Tim Sykes, I've seen this a couple times. My wife likes the kind of girlfriend likes to watch these on replay and repeat. This is like the fourth time I've seen this probably. Sure, I'm about to go in and do it overnight. I'll look up some videos, and I was hooked like a fish right away. And then got into it and tried to open up account January 2016. Did that for about 3 months, made no money, had to get a job. So I'm applying for jobs all over, trying to get a midday job because I already had I knew my job for the radio station. So I'm trying to get something from like noon to 5. Trying to get some kind of delivery job. And I'm like, hey, it's about to be the summer, spring. I'm going to stay fit. This will keep me fit. Well, I took the first one that came a calling, for whatever dumb reason, because I guess I never got anything calling for the last, like for the, what. So I'm like, hey, I'll take the first thing. Oh, yeah. Rent-A-Center, delivery driver. I'm like, yeah, sure. Yeah. Rent-A-Center. Yeah. Oh yeah, Josh, you're going to be picking up used stuff. You're not delivering new stuff all the time. You're having to go pick up used refrigerators, ranges, as in ovens that you then have to clean, couches and bug whatever thing, whatever I say bug bites, but whatever. But bed bugs. Oh God, bro. And some of the places I went into to this day, worst job I've ever had. It was a really an experience. Never forget coming back home. Parents always go to Florida, have a condo down there. And here I am coming back from that. Realization sets in. And I never forget, I have to set up a bed set, deliver a bed set, like a queen bed, set it up, like the whole bed set, the frame, and the headboard and the back, whatever, with the furniture to match, and build it all. Because the other guy was out that day, so it's me having to deliver it because they're on the schedule. And then how people get pissed off, and this is my scheduled date. No, I can't, so I got to deliver it. And I nailed my head that day, and I'll never forget crying, like literally crying, as in the third, whatever I was, almost 30 years old, or close to it. And, just getting off that vacation, and here I am back to real life, and texting Avery and have this huge red, spot on my head, and just like, what am I doing? And so I had to go through that work, and then worked at FOGO as a waiter, to get in extra money. So it's wake up, try to watch charts, then do Rent-A-Center, radio station stuff, or the FOGO, after that. So I'm never seeing Avery. I'll never get, finally in 2017, I've quit Rent-A-Center. So I have all day now essentially to watch stocks, and I'm trying to get it. Not doing it right, take $1,000 loss on a third halt up, chasing a play, and then another yelling, banging the desk, dogs freak out, Avery runs in, I'm crying / yelling, I'm pissed off but crying, and what's wrong, and then we get into a fight. What? I'm like, how do you not know what's wrong? If I'm sitting here in front of the trading desk, obviously I took a loss, how do you not know? And so, and then it finally hit me. And so I started tracking, I started journaling, I started back testing. I was like, I looked up at Michael Jordan, this Wings poster, my role model. I thought about all those people before me, like even the goofy stuff, like especially when I rewatch it now, like the MacGyvers of the world, right? And how the situations that he gets in and he doesn't give up. I'm like, well, you can't give up here. This is where you need to push and put the pedal to the metal. And I did. And I really, within about 5 months from that, I said, Josh, it's 2 years from 2015 when you first started this. It's all 2017. What do you have to show for it? I essentially had nothing. And so what I told myself, I said, well, you're about to start showing something for it and pushing. And so, hey, by January 2016, when you first started trading, or January 2018, which is 2 years after you first start trading, you're going to start going live again. You're going to push it. And then I found out, luckily it was September into early October. Josh, you're a bounce trader here and below. And I had a edge I could use every day. By the end of that month in November, I'm killing it. And by December, I'm loving it. Remember the Elfins of the world that I traded that went from like 5 to 150 in about a 2-day stretch. It was back then people were putting out blockchain news, and that was like the trend, and plays were going nuts. December of 2017. Anyway, went live January 2018. It slows down. The market really slows down. I think Trump in the office is getting anyway. Maybe it was Trump in, or maybe it was like, anyway. I know that was Trump, and something was going on with Trump at that time. I remember anyway. But small caps were just dead. So I'm like, oh boy, here we go. All the bounces that I was always taking, now they're not working. Yada yada yada. Here we go, Josh. What? I stick with it. And then by March, it comes back into April. And then we get hot into the end of the year. Of course, 2019 into 2020, we really get hot. but yeah, and then into 2018, I remember looking back sometime in 2018 that summer and kind of going, wow, you're not even thinking about it. You're just trading. You're just sitting back. You're alerting. You're finding your bounce plays and you're trading them, all day, every day. But it was a journey from me, even just me, from out of school, and now when am I going to go back and finish? And I go back, and that was even, I haven't talked about that, which that gave me my worst nightmares I've ever had. No lie, where I'll wake up, and I don't do it anymore, Jesse, but I'll have dreams, but I want to wake up and I'm like, you almost got me. But I used to wake up, no lie, Jesse, even at this house, which was in 2020 when we moved to this house, I remember having dreams here. I would wake up in the middle of the night and go, oh, I've got a paper due. And like, Josh, you're out of school. Like, I would come out of a dream thinking I had something due that day. But my dream was, because what I did when I stopped going to school the first time around, when I first started going back, I would go like the first day or two, first couple of classes, like the first week or two, and then I'd just stop going for whatever reason. I'd get lazy and go, oh, I'll skip today. I'll skip tomorrow. I can catch Friday. I'll skip whatever. It's Friday. I'll get back on it Monday. And next thing you know, I'd be 2 or 3 or 4 months, or let's say 2, whatever, be almost, at least halfway through the semester. Now I'm like, and then there were those times when back in the day, maybe you can still do it. If you can drop it by a certain point and you can get some of your money back and you can just drop the class. And I would be doing that. And then some classes I would still stay in though, but that would be my worst dream ever to this day, where I'd wake up even to this house, which was 2020. I graduated in 2013. And you got to think 2012 and 2013, even 2011, I'm killing it. It was when I first went back, like 2009, 2010, I'm doing that half-ass shit. And I'll never forget that worst dream ever of and then so here I am. Josh, you're going to do it. You're going back to school, but now you're not even doing anything. So I had to push myself and motivate myself then. And then I did it with school. And then, okay, here I am in the real world. I'm going to get another job. It's going to come to me. Okay, I did the hard work. I went back and I graduated. And then it came to me again. And now I'm like, boy, oh boy, I thought I could just put a little work in and it's going to come to me. No, it didn't. If I wanted to be in the radio world or the TV world, I was going to have to put a lot of work in. But I kind of gave up on that and came to this. And then there was that point in 2017 where I was like, man, you're not putting the work in, Josh. If you just sit here and grind, it's going to take you a while, but you put the work in. And I'll say for myself, it was within less of a year of me putting the work in, by early to mid 2018, I'm like, you're a bounce trader. This is awesome. You got it. And then you got to go about a year after that, killing it, to where I'm just a bounce trader. And now I'm at the time kind of a moderator in that place where I was at. And then a year after that, which is now you're talking essentially just 2 years, 2018, 2019. So now entering 2020. So essentially just over 2 years of me being on my own day trading. May of 2020, so that's 24 months plus 5 months, so 27 months after, January of 2018, I'm like, you're going to get back at it, January 2018. May of 2020, I'm streaming live for like 1,000 people every Friday.
Wow.
And so put the work in and grind. And so there's my long, elongated, long-winded journey right there, but that was it. Now back to my trade for the day. I can't wait for these trend line cracks to come in. I've already erased it, but you can see this uptrend channel, Justin. You can see how tight it's getting this play Ruby. But I always say Ruby in the sky. I think we can say Ruby in the sky with diamonds because it's Ruby. It's not the real name. So, and it's a fake because it's not Ruby in the sky with diamonds. And who wants a Ruby? No offense, you want a diamond. So, and their name is Judy, and that's a song anyway. So it's a fake. These are fake Jordans, baby. These are fake Jordans. Don't buy it. If you bought it, you better buy it early, and you better get ready to short it, because every time RUBI pops, you better get ready for the drop. So we cracked the trend line right there. There's an uptrend channel, big sell-off, and then we come down. And I'm telling traders in chat, boy, oh, watch this 380, this area. Once this cracks, we're going to dump. And it dumped so fast, I couldn't really get an entry. Man, I'm talking about it on my live stream. And finally, I'm like, I'm just going to enter this. This play looks like it's going to continue to dump, and it always does. It usually comes where it goes back to where it came from. Look at my scale out for the day, Jesse, and look at the low of day line is exactly where it came from.
That's beautiful.
I'm still holding 1,000 shares for more dump back here potentially, but because I thought we'd go for more. I meant to scale out more as she hit this mark a second ago. I thought I did, and I was like, oh, just looked a second ago. I was like, oh, I'm still in 1,000 shares. So entry price here, love it. Want this to call back over. I'm probably actually about to put some limit orders real quickly. What I'll do is I'll put a limit order at, if we hit 190. I'm good with that. 190. I'll do 250 shares. I'll do 185, 250, 183, 250. That's close to low of day. We'll do 150 at low of day, which is 177. That'll save me a couple of shares in case we do crack below that. And I did that earlier when I got out here.
I was just going to ask you, so have you already partially scaled out of your position a little bit?
Right. So when we came down and we wicked down here, I wanted to scale out, but I was in between going live with my stream and the TTP stream, and we came down and I missed this scale. I was like, oh, shit. And so I was like, okay, well, this is it. It's going to come back down and soak into this area. So I put some limit orders in, and I just put the chart away. I don't even look at the chart anymore. And the turn up, boom, got filled there. And so now I'm going to do the same thing here, where now I'm not even going to look at the chart because it's dead. Why are we looking at it? It is ugly. And we'll get rid of it in a second, not look at it anymore.
Tax wants to know, do you calculate the math in your head?
Yeah, usually, yeah.
That's how you do it?
Nice. Yeah. Get there we go. Just got filled at 190. Let's go. Hey. How do you manage risk without writing anything down? Dude, it's all in my head. My memory's crazy. So I usually just write everything. I used to write everything down, but after I was writing everything down, there was no sense to do it anymore because it's like instantaneous. Like my brain, it's not that awesome. I'm not trying to say, but it's like those movies where it's all like it's not like photographic memory, but it's like one of those like gifts that you see where all those like numbers are going in your head, and like you see the equations going off. And like I said, math was my thing growing up, from I would say up until 10th grade, we got graphing calculators. And then I finally kind of tuned out math because I was like, this is dumb. I'm dumb. Math, calculators. I can't use my brain. I want to use my brain. So yeah, I love it. Yeah, wow, Rudy. There we go. What's Rudy talking about? Rudy, everyone's shorting Iron here.
Really?
All right, let's go.
Interesting. Let's look at that. Let's take a look.
Iris Energy popping on up here. Nothing too crazy I'm seeing right now.
I think it's IREN. Hold on a minute. It's not that. It's IREN. IREN. Is that what you put in?
Yep.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
Oh, my apologies. Okay.
Let's see. I'll swing real quick. I'm going to make sure we get to catch up with everything. Yep. I swing traded Josh BTC with bounce play from 76 to 80. Can you check the chart and let me know if I was right? Daily charts. Yeah, so sure. Let me just pull this up over here. On my side in front of me, we'll go over to my other charts where I check Bitcoin's price. Now that song's stuck in my head.
Which one?
Something in the Sky with Diamonds.
Okay, yeah. Crazy how a song gets stuck in the head. It's a weird human thing we have.
Yes,
no, 100%. Stuck. Sometimes you wake up thinking about a song, it gets stuck in your head.
Mm-hmm. All right, so you traded the 70. Oh yeah, okay. So you traded the 76 bounce. Let me make sure I'm reading this again. All right, let me go back. Barney says trade the 76 bounce play from 76 to 80. Can you check the chart and let me know? It's a daily chart. So let's go back to the daily, and I'm looking at the daily. Am I not? I am. Oh yeah, so old resistance becoming new support. Good job, buddy. Yeah, I'm thinking you took the high off of say somewhere around March 18th-ish or somewhere right around there, March 17th, that high off of the 75 handle. Did you trade the bounce play? I'm guessing did you trade this on April 30th? Is that when you took it into May 1st and you took it back up to 80 over the last couple of days? Is that what you did? Was that similar to what I'm thinking your trade there? Let me know. It's muscle memory now. Yeah, Tack, you know it, man. I've just been doing this for so long. I wanted that though back in like grade school. I would like never wanted the calculator. I was like everything and then because I did it like out of school. Like I would go home when I had to do my homework and I would never do the calculator. So it was like, like you'd imagine like Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport, when he's having, I think it's Bloodsport, right? Where he's having to kick that tree over and over and over. And at first he's like, I quit. There's no way I can do this. And the guy's like, your brother died, remember? And he's like, is this what you want? He's like, oh. And I'm like, my freaking leg. But that's what I did. Like, I was like, calculator down. Like, no, I can do this. No, I don't need the calculator. It was kind of like that, essentially. But way less hurt on my leg or brain.
That's good.
Whenever I write things down, I can't read it. But it's Mike anymore for me, too, as well. My handwriting is absolutely terrible. Rudy, everyone short. There we go. Okay, gotcha. No, you got to. Let's see here. No, Krog. Okay, making sure I'm not missing any questions for me. Yes. We'll go over the earnings. I'm gonna make sure I re-announce that again. I'm just making sure I catch back up with Barney. Entry on the 30th. Exit on the. Yep, that's it. Did I call it? I pretty much called that right for you. So go back and look at it here. So what Barney was looking at, just so everyone can see here. On if I can talk Bitcoin. So he's taking it off, and he may even had orders lower, right at 74 off this handle and off that right there, knowing he sees that old resistance, new support. So you can have some at 74 if you wanted to as well. And he's taking it off that handle. Barney enters in right here off the dip. He doesn't get his low entries, I'm betting, which is fine. It is what it is. You're going to get filled. You're still going to get a piece of the pie. And then you can work your way back up to this little, this little node right there, right? That's your target, one. Target 2 would be if you can get back into this node, which you about do, and maybe took some profit at 82.5. Still just naturally, we know 82.5, you know, even in Bitcoin, they're going to start running like stock numbers. So 80, 82.5. But yeah, there you go. And now we're starting to crack this uptrend. So you can see the trend line getting a little archy here. And now I would look for shorts underneath these levels, right? It does look like we're going to get bearish. And if you want to take a bounce play, I typically would just wait for the bottom. Wait for a reset. Come back to the bottom and reset the trend. That's just as simple as that.
Nice.
There we go. And and there you go. We're going to make sure, if he can, make sure. I just want to make sure, Barney, is that correct? That's the trade you took there? If so, be so. If so, be so.
If so.
I don't think Bitcoin not safe when Trump start firing. Yeah, that's why I don't really trade as much large caps as I was there, Michael. I really have just stepped away and started hammering at small caps, you know, over the last few weeks when I find the play, just stepping up and hammering at it, you know, because we do have some pretty good continuation movement from those tickers. So that's generally where I'm, you know, looking at. SPY here, by the way, AK, your boy AK over here, because that's when I have to go to AK, because that's where like Batman comes out. Your boy AK killing it on levels. Let me tell you something right now. If you need any help, and ASP put those links out before I start talking about Trade the Pool earnings challenges, put my links out there again where you can find my morning alerts, because I know Florida Joe has signed up for them. Tax should, just to see how well the levels work. And I just told earlier where Mr. Michael Noss, the Noss, we would stay at. I told him where we'd stay at. I said that would be off of last Tuesday's high, 3150 area, right? And we have maintained it, baby. PrimeTradingInvestments.com. I've been doing one-on-one since 2021, morning alert since 2023. I'm killing it on the levels. This is all I do all day, every day. They call me the charteteer. You know, like what was the Rocketeer? Did you tell me you saw the Rocketeer back today with
It's my favorite kid movie, dude. Best movie in the world. I watch it once a year still. Great movie.
Good, love it. See, we're all on the same wave. Yes, I'm the charteteer, I guess, or however you'd want to say that you have, like, yeah, not the Rocketeer, but the charteteer. But yes, we're gonna maintain this. We're holding the lows. Triple bottom right here usually means what? BULLISH, bullish, baby. And so if we can get back through this moving average VWAP area, we can see we're failing at it now. It's a double whammy. We've been running down together. It's a good sign for bulls if we maintain and get over it. We will squeeze on up. The only area I'd worry about is just a node above it at 3430 area. Maybe into pre-market lows, which this is pre-market low, but I know there's more, but that's it. Other than that, we're right back on up in green for the day, back into the 35s. So we'll keep an eye on SPY here. Still have about 8 minutes left, but I did want to roll back over to the SPY because we held it up for Jesse. We did it because I'm going to give you credit because you're here with me. This isn't just me. This is the J and J show. Okay, there's another J, and it's not just my J. There's your J, and you're holding it just as much as I am.
I'm holding it up with you. We're lifting it together.
Barney says same trade, Josh. Did a modification to my. There you go. Love it, Barney. How are you loving those bounce videos? Maybe give me a little love. Say Barney. Or say, man, Josh, and then the YouTube link too as well, if you want to, which was out there. Click on my YouTube link. I have a lot of bounce lessons. This is, again, we're talking 10 straight years of bounce plays working, right? Small cap, large cap, Bitcoin, don't matter. You name the market. I will come in queue if Sailing Girl's around. Sailing Girl, she took an NQ play. She came over one day. I looked at the SPY, I looked at NQ, I said, here's what it's going to be. And she said, and it did. It came right to essentially the tick that I said it would bounce at. If you need help, that is charting and bounce plays. I got you all day, every day. Now, there are other things I do. Obviously, you can look at the Rudy Short. There's multiple things, but the thing is finding who you are. And that's the one thing I do as a trader, streaming live in one-on-ones. I want to find who you are as a trader, and I help you do that. Because that's the key. I'll never forget that. Back to that seminar that I did in 2022, did a roundtable discussion the final day at the end of it, and where everyone could ask us questions. And that was the one question that he's like, I have a question actually for all of you, if you wouldn't mind just kind of giving me your input on this. You know, and the question was, when you first started trading, what was the one thing you didn't expect to be hard that ended up being really hard? And I was already preaching and teaching this because at that point, I was just over a year and doing one-on-ones. And at that point, I was doing them every day. Black Friday of 2021, that November onward, and since I do them daily, you know, and sometimes I've had 4 in a day, you know, so that's 4 extra hours that I'm doing one-on-ones other than streaming live, which is a lot of work, but it's fun and I love helping traders. But I was like, oh, as soon as he said that and asked, I was like, I know what this is finding who you're going to be as a trader. Are you going to be a plumber? Are you going to be the You know, the butcher, or you know, just thinking like old school days when it was just like you lived on a, you know, like the old school when it was the saloon, the good store, the barber. You know, it's like, you know, you're going to be the farmer of the town, you're going to be the dentist of the town, you're going to be the doctor of the town. You know, you're going to be the sheriff or the deputy. You know, like who are you going to be? You know, and that's just a small town. So imagine a New York City and how many jobs there are and how many people make a living in New York City. You got to imagine that. How many different point guards have there been in the NBA? How many different pitchers have there been in the major leagues? And that's just the majors, let alone college and high school and what their techniques were to be successful and possibly a starter. How many starters in college will not make it in the pros and will never start in the pros? A lot. But they started in college and they were really good in college. And then I've done this in the past when I thought I was really good, like especially like basketball, and I go play a guy that played at like Arkansas Baptist. You probably never heard Arkansas Baptist. And I didn't think this white guy was shit. But let me tell you something. He smoked me, okay? He made me look like I was white man can't jump, and I truly could not jump. And he was sinking threes left and right, and I'm just like, this guy, you know, like how isn't he? You know, and you know, but that's just how good those guys are. And so you got to imagine that. And so that hit me one day. It really hit me. It hit me after that third halt up and when I was tracking and journaling in August of 2017 into September. Who are you as a trader, Josh? Well, I didn't know, and I had to figure that out. And I think that's the key. You know, figuring out who you are as a trader is the journey early on. That's one of the key things for sure.
It's definitely
great trade, by the way, just to give them the love. Great trader.
Yeah,
good trade, Barney.
Yeah, like you said, trading, it's definitely a journey, and it really is. It's really not just it's not just the reps. It's not the daily just showing up to trade itself. It's afterwards and the sort of decompression, and it's the processing too of why did you make the decisions that you made, and then going over that and reviewing that in some capacity. One of the things that I'm doing lately actually is putting my trades in Claude and then letting Claude review it. And Claude has actually done a pretty good job, I think, of giving me ideas, telling me where I went wrong, telling me what I'm doing right. And it takes 2 seconds. I mean, literally, you can do a screenshot of your trades, upload it to Claude or whatever bot you use, whatever AI you use, and you know, to be able to actually get ideas, trading ideas, and then also see how you can improve is extremely important. But a lot of that, I mean, we're definitely blind to what we don't know, especially if we're new. We don't know anything yet, right? So we're trying to figure it out as we go, and the more we know not to do, we can kind of figure out what is working along the way. So a lot of that isn't just coming to the markets, trading, and then not thinking about what you did. You want to analyze it afterwards at some point, if it's a few hours later or if it's that evening.
Yep, 100%. You're all over it, Jesse. You got to. And yeah, like I said, AI will help you out. It's just a little bit. I think it's very important to make sure you do all the due diligence afterward to hone in on what it is that you need to break down. But yeah, that's just, you have to do that day in and day out. Barney, that actually sounds like a good call-in show topic on Thursday, just overall, and maybe to get a first-time caller in to win a free 5K eval. So don't forget. Now let's get to the giveaway portion. Yes, Thursday, which I know is in a couple of days from now, we'll be getting into the call-in show about this time on Thursday. First time caller, please call in. And I think that'd be a great topic for Thursday. Let's review the trades for the week. Call in. I'll review my trades. Steve reviews his trades. You review your trades. So that way we can see what we're trading and just to get trade ideas. So you can see what I'm trading, what Steve's trading, what you're trading. That would be great. Also, we'll talk about tomorrow's trading challenge. One-on-one, baby. You better come back tomorrow morning. The registration will open 9 a.m. Eastern time and run for 45 minutes. After that, we're going to run a raffle. One beautiful trading soul will be selected to challenge our host, uno, one-on-one tomorrow. So get ready for that. So again, tomorrow morning, come join us, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're going to have a registration open for 45 minutes starting at 9 a.m. Enter it. Get a chance to, and that's how cool is that? Mortal Kombat style. Mortal Kombat! Street Fighter style. Let's go take it back all the way to Crossfire, baby, back when we were in 6th grade, 90-something.
Crossfire.
Yes, you know it.
Man, the commercial.
If you beat the host tomorrow, you win a 25K eval. 25K eval. Come over, participate. Running that challenge, we're running it back too. So not only tomorrow, we'll be doing it again. So stay tuned. We're doing more of these giveaways. NVDA, we're going to be giving away the 225K eval, so we're doing more of those, right? So definitely tomorrow afternoon is going to be huge. Steve will be back for Power Hour coming up in about 3 hours from right now, so we're back to that. Get slowly back to Steve, full hour, Power Hour. Still covering earnings though when we need to. We have giveaways. So we have multiple given away. The earnings report challenge, we have that going on currently. We have the 25K eval giveaways. We got come and join us tomorrow and enter for a chance to trade one-on-one on the live stream versus one of our traders and one of our hosts to win a 25K eval. Trade the pools where it's at. You guys stay tuned. Take a little lunch break. Take a walk. Run your errands. Come back in about 3 hours. Steve will break down the day and what I'm sure earnings we do have for this afternoon. Nigel, Tack, Crow, Barney. We got Rudy in the sky. There's Rudy in the sky with diamonds. We got Saline coming over. Yeah, there it is. He said, called it to the dick. Crow. Michael was in chat today. Of course, to Big J, thank you, my host, my co-host over there, the hostess with the mostest. Thank you again, as always, to you yourself. Scrolling all the way back when Michael D. Ryder and other traders like Jason and Groundhog were in chat. Thank you all for joining today, whether you're still out there wallflowering. Ingrid Aussie Chick, I saw your name as well, or you've chatted. We thank you so much. Keep participating. Why? Evaluation giveaways.
Yeah, so many giveaways. It's so exciting. So many giveaways. And it's always a pleasure, AK-47. Always a pleasure.
Hey, you never know what you're gonna get now. Am I gonna get AK from you? Am I gonna get Josh? Am I gonna get Johnny Knoxville? You know,
whatever I'm feeling, man. It's whatever I'm feeling. Whenever I look at you, I'm gonna be like, just whatever comes to mind first. You've got so many names. Somebody that's really liked or disliked, in your case, liked, usually has a good amount of nicknames. So in your case, you're very liked. So there you go.
I love it. Well, I love you guys so much, and thank you all for joining. Jesse, I will see you. Are you doing? No, we're not doing it. Just Power Hour today, right?
Just Power Hour, and I will be back. I might step into the Nvidia earnings on Wednesday. I don't know just yet, pending my schedule, but I will be back on Thursday. So yes,
cool. Love it.
J&J show on Thursday.
Same. So tomorrow I'll be back for lunch recap with Steve. Join us at 1 p.m. Eastern every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We do a recap. And I will also try to definitely stop in for just a little bit on the NVDA earnings on Wednesday. So that will be tomorrow. So the next time you see both of us, tomorrow, my friends and family. Otherwise, you guys have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled rest of your day. Steve the Achieve, back in Power Hour in about 3 hours.
Boom. See ya.
Hey there, everybody. It is Steve Tomlin here with Trade the Pool. And we are live for Power Hour. We have had quite an interesting day on the indices. I know it frustrated me this morning trying to short this pattern that would not short. And you know what happens, guys? When something won't go down, it goes up. So a nice expansion. Now we're trading back down into this key high volume level right here. I want to see if we can put in a nice bottom into this Power Hour, maybe travel right back on up to this big level. You see these two stacked levels, and this is the area of interest for me, the point of control, so to speak, up here. If we can get up on here and through, it'd be nice to, in the next session, look for a move up and a back test into it, into Nvidia earnings. That's what I would like to see as a bull. But open to this sell continuing. I was trying to see the continuation this morning. There is a decent target down here at 730, which I think is possible to hit. Let's look at a 15-minute, maybe an hourly chart. Frame that a little better. How's everybody doing in the chat? I see you, Mr. Nigel, the student. Taketsu calling me the crowbar. I'll take it. Why not? Snowman, good to see you as always. Nice move back up on the DRAM stocks as well. Yeah, that's going to be next on the agenda here. I shorted it this morning, made a pretty penny, gave back a pretty penny on the runner there, but still a good trade overall. And we can talk about that. And that snapback action makes me think that SPY wants higher. It's just a little bit of a dip buy off of our daily trigger, which we will see in just a second. For now, on this hourly chart, we are still getting rejected to these moving averages, and I'm still not 100% that this is a solid bottom. What will help me feel better is if we push down a little bit more and then reclaim. So the level that I'd like to see us reclaim is going to be this 9 moving average on the daily. Zooming on in, you see we're just at the open right now, negotiating it, fighting for it. We will see if the bulls can hold and potentially push back up to test this 636 in change, right about there. 636 is what we're going to call it for this moving average. If we kind of pull back just a little bit here, we can see that it actually hasn't transacted in quite a while. The first transaction was a dip buy, but then we needed to sweep out underneath. What we could be looking for is just a little bit of a push up before a continued sell down to this rising 21 moving average. I would kind of like that just because it also would mean that we fill this gap here. And you can see how the top of these candles align with the moving average here, which makes it an appealing target to the downside if we cannot hold this opening level and this 9 moving average here. So pretty important time of the day. Hey, Mike. Back to hunting, still playing around. Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Let's see what we find. Looks like we might see a little bit of continuation down here on SPY. I've been watching these space names. I did pick up some RDW in addition to RDW. So far, not doing a whole lot. But I'm feeling good about the space trade, seeing some continuation here, especially because the laggard in ASTS has put on a very strong showing today. Looking at this bad boy on a daily chart, it's starting to look like it might be ready to catch up to Rocket Lab. Got a really nice flag action here. And you can see we're close to testing this downtrend line. The one thing is that it did not really make a higher low here. I guess you could consider this pullback a higher low. But I wouldn't mind seeing one more pullback. It does look like it wants to just rip on up. So I'm keeping an eye on this guy here, as well as my RDW. Good morning, good morning. Mike, you been jamming your jazz guitar to chill you out? I respect it. So RDW here on the daily, trying to find equilibrium over this pivot here. You can see these daily open and closes all hanging out right at this 14 handle. Also see that big volume spike. So what I like is on these bottom wicks so far, we're seeing price move under the pivot and quickly get bought back up into it. Maybe we get 1 or 2 more, but I'd really like to see pretty soon the sellers under this 14 level start to run out, and then we can kind of push up on and out, continue this momentum. The reason why I'm sticking with this one is because I see the potential on the monthly for a really, really explosive move. When you have this kind of base, and even if it surges way above this, it really can be a very powerful place to push off of. So you can see that in the past couple months here, acted as what was previously major resistance, got squeezed through, has pretty much confirmed to be flipped to support at this point. As we kind of move on up here, you see another pivot here. See this open, see these closes, this open here, same thing here, and these top wicks. That all forms a level of interest right at that 14 handle that we're talking about. So through this intermediary area, it can rip. Got the downtrend line break as well. And what I'm seeing is basically a big cup and handle here. There's the cup. There's a handle. So we'll see if we get the measured move. That would be pretty crazy, because that would be looking something like $40 to $50. So I'm not expecting all of that, but I am thinking that we should pretty easily get to this 20 to 23 range. I'd really like to see 23 get transacted, and then we can see what we do there. Meanwhile, I've been yapping. SPY has been buying. They've been holding the line here. So remember, we were just trading under our handle of interest, our pivot at 35.80 to 36-ish. Right about there is where it was transacting. So we're going to call this, give it some wiggle room and call it our pivot. Does to me look like there are buyers underneath, and we want to flip this overall. But this is the area where they might step back in. So keeping an eye on that one there. What is moving intraday? Because we've got some big ones. I saw a couple 100% or plus movers. So let's talk about those. First off, oh my baby. This is not a 100% mover, but the options are up 60% today. So that's pretty good. And this is LPTH. They are going to be a small cap photonics play that hasn't really ran yet. I think that the chart's quite compelling. I had been loading it in these 3 days, these bottom wicks. So my entries are sitting right around there. And I thought I might be wrong yesterday, but I really wanted to see what it would do when it transacted this level. It did like a tiny penetration of the level and then immediately ripped up. So for me, that was enough to keep me in. Today, I'm feeling pretty smart about it, but just wish I'd added in the morning, because this thing is strong and it broke this wedge with conviction here. Nice wedge action there. And again, looking for a cup and a handle to play out. So loving this one, but it is not the biggest mover of the day. That honor belongs to AMST. Anybody trade this guy today? This one's interesting. So what are we seeing? We got to zoom out, but this is a really interesting kind of move. Is this a W pattern bottom? I think we're going to take a little stab at this. All right, just a little starter, 25 shares, not risking too much at all. I will build up this position if it does start to work. What I'm seeing, though, is a potential for a higher low double bottom here. I'm going to put in another order for 50, just down a few ticks here off the 9-minute moving average. And let's see, put our stop below the low of the day. It's not our stop. Okay, I'm going to look at AMST on a higher time frame to frame this a little better. Nice. Okay, so we are essentially playing a back test of this key pivot area. This is an hourly chart we're looking at. We got the breakout, and I would like this to be a respect of this breakout level. What we might need to do is come back down just a little more. No worries if I get stopped out. I will still be keeping this on my radar, because what I'm seeing is a low volume node in this area and high volume coming in at 150 again, down to 134. So what I'd imagine is that the pivot holds. Let me draw that out. I'd imagine this high volume node bottom here is going to hold. It could wick under just a little bit. It should be snapped up very quickly. And I think it just straight up holds, because we have a low volume node above it, which could get wicked into. The idea here being we have shown an incentive to go much higher. We did come down, basically retesting the breakout, and if it holds here, holds this this big shelf here, I'm going to draw out the shelf. So a hold of this zone should be considered a back test with potential to go higher, I do believe. Pop in the top, coming back here. It could mean revert in the current range of the day, and that would be a very nice trade to the upside if we do get it. The other way to look at it is if it loses the low of the day here, sorry, no, if it loses that 139, yeah, if it loses the 139, then we can look for a back test to short it. So I'll draw out both paths. Want to see it retest there. I think that this should be good for a bounce though, so I want to be biased to the upside. And if we did get short off of this, probably just looking for the dollar handle, I'd say. Interesting kind of setup here. And worth watching. All right, moving on, we do have oil fading. That's interesting. Oil fading after trying to break on out. This is going to be an important close. So far, we are just right back to the opening price. Still a nice inside candle from yesterday's big pop and mean revert back to the middle of its candle. So in my book, this is still climbing higher and looks very constructive. I think it kind of looks like this day right here. See how it broke up above, but kind of came back a little bit on the previous day. Broke up above, came back a little bit. Then the next day, we're trading an inside bar, but we're looking like we're going to close somewhere pretty close to where we opened. So basically showing that it came back and retested and it's coming up and it looks ready to kind of keep on discovering price higher upwards. The other thing you could look at is potentially more of a similarity to this day here, where this one did close much weaker than this current candle, as well as this candle here. So I think it's more like this setup from the 23rd, as opposed to this one where we did do an inside bar that closed green on the following day before kind of gapping down and pressure releasing to fill this gap. We do have a gap here as well. So there is a possibility that it might need to come back down to this 144 and check in there. But I think it looks really, really tempting when you have a lot of the leading names in XLE, for example. They look like they want to go higher. So that makes me think that oil is actually going to reprice up. XLE, very nice W pattern here that's breaking out. We are in Chevron this time around, this W pattern. That one, as well as I just added AR today. Really liking this one for a natural gas play. Oops. Let's look at the weekly here. So nice compression. I like that we basically respected this uptrend line really cleanly, and I see a lot of room to go higher in this. Natural gas. I think Talk was in natural gas a few days ago. He called looking like a bottom. I agreed. I didn't play Boyle. That would have been the best performer, but these natural gas names look like they're just about to start ready to catch up and rip to the upside, so I really do like them. I'm personally looking for... Let's see, where's my target? I'm going to take the top of the previous 50-day range. I'm going to take just the swing low for now. So now that we broke above it, I'm operating under the belief that this recent bottom is the low. We pulled back where we needed to retest this breakout. Now we're going to try to push up higher, I believe. So I would love to hold a little bit of this until it gets all the way up to at least 48. 48, 52, 56. That's where I'd be taking profit on runners. But the first stop here in this range is going to be this 40, 50 level. So 40, 50 is the range equilibrium. What I would expect to see is a punch straight through that. So I would really be liking to take profit into the 42 and 43. And just being aware that if it pops above this and rejects, I might have to take some off the table for a smaller win. But I am liking these natural gas names, and I'll give you guys a few more here. EQT and ET are upstream natty plays, as Talk mentions. Yeah, EQT, we're going to be showing that in just a sec. Talk, there is one that I think is a pristine chart that I want to put on your radar. You haven't mentioned it yet, and that's range, RRC. So this is one of my favorite charts. This one's incredibly tight. It's one of the only ones actually holding and trading above the 200 moving average. Seems very, very constructive. Same kind of tight flag here that it's pushing on out of. This is a weekly chart, and you see the really nice support off those high time frame weekly moving averages, setting the stage for a push higher. And there is the daily, a beautiful cup and handle. Very clean chart. Very clean. And not very extended either. So liking this one, I might actually add a little bit of this, even though I just bought a bunch of AR today. But yeah, big fan here. We can run over the other ones as well. But yeah, guys, this is a pretty solid sector to be looking in, guys. I'm really liking it. And it'll actually act as a really nice barbell, you know, because a lot of people are probably really heavy tech, especially semiconductors. And these oil plays, they have not been getting enough love considering how strong oil itself is. So there's enough room for a pretty good snapback rally on a lot of these as we start talking about what is going to make all of these AI data centers, you know, work. It's going to be on the back of energy. Probably a lot of natural gas and maybe a lot of solar, because I'm seeing solar acting really right. Talk mentioning that, yeah, CL, oil futures, priced to the downside end of year. Let's see. Show me the money. I think that there's a lot of potential for some price appreciation here. And it might take a while for these trades to play out, but to me, they all look ready. So for me, it makes sense. Hey, there's a few cracks in the semiconductors and these leading tech plays. Where will that money kind of be looking to go into? I don't see oil or energy in general as bearish going forward here. And I would like to be buying some of these back tests of these major breakouts because I don't think they're wrong. Just like during the Venezuela news right here on Chevron, just because it faded back doesn't mean that the initial idea was wrong. So that was a good call by me to get long in this, and I'd like to look for some of these kind of moves in recent post-earnings gap setups as well. Solar all went crazy recently. So Sedge, I really like this one. It's a long-term high time frame band of support here. Well, previous resistance, now support at 50 to 55. So this is the zone I've been interested in buying in. I did not watch this morning. I had an alert set at 50, and I don't think it actually triggered. Yeah, the low of the day was 50.24, so that'll teach me for being greedy. But I still think this is a really nice chart that can push higher. Battery plays down on Tesla news. Interesting. So that will be killing. Is that why FLNC is getting beat? This is one that I'm wondering about. Is it time to start buying? I had an alert at 20, and then I looked later and it was 21.50, and I was like, man, I sure wish I had bought this at 20. Now I'm feeling a lot better about waiting. I'm just wondering where the bottom is. So this is an interesting one. I do think the fundamentals are quite appealing on this for the price now. Maybe less so when it was up at 25, but back at 18 seems pretty reasonable. So it did lose the 50 today. What I'm going to be looking for is the golden pocket to transact between these two yellow lines. So it is finding a little bit off the 62. I would like a little bit deeper. I can start looking at 1660 off the 50-day. And I think there's a 200-day moving average somewhere down here. Not sure why I'm not seeing it on this chart. I am seeing a little bit of a crack on SPY as well intraday, so we're going to talk about that real quick. All right, so the level we were watching, that 9-day EMA, still finding sellers there. Worth noting. There's room down, guys. There is room to 730. If my initial morning short ends up, it ends up paying out down here, that would be just one of those days, wouldn't it, guys? You know how everything you do just feels like it isn't quite working. Yeah, so I did take a short. I tried it like 2 or 3 times in here, burnt my buying power on my options account, and then eventually did stop out, on the breakthrough here. but sure wish I could have just gone long. I thought all this coiling was powering up for a move down south. If what it really needed to do was just reach all the way back up here to that 9 moving average, man, I'ma feel silly not having stayed in the pocket and waited for that spot, because that would be pretty damning for the bulls if we spent all this time and all this chop and then we got a big rally just for it to get smacked down even harder in the same day. That's a lot of firepower expended. So I will keep an eye on that. I would like to see bulls hold this 734.50 level. But yeah, pretty spooky there. Let's look at DRAM and the memory complex here, because this one seemed like a great short in the morning. I did lock in some nice gains on it, but what a ripper since then. So we had this previous swing low after the gap down. It recovered quite nicely, but did kind of put in basically a higher low double top there. We have that level of interest. We came down and swept it yesterday before finding a buyer. Okay, fair enough. Over the cash session today, we tried to retest it, rejected it, but did find a buyer and now pushed all the way through. But what I'm seeing and what I'm hoping gives us a nice play. I was trying to move that thing there. I think that it's wicking back into the kind of 50% retest of this range here. Yeah, there it is. So it's right at 50 as well. So I always find that very interesting, how often when a range is going to be respected in terms of like, all right, this pushed lower and now it's coming back 50%. So I would say that the bias is still going to be to attempt to push lower, and the fact that it isn't respecting this round number, which just so happens to be at the exact middle point of this range, makes me think that we do want to push lower. But, we will definitely be keeping an eye on this one, because any kind of mean reversion play on these can really, really print, just because there is so much range intraday on some of these names, like Micron, for example. Yeah, Micron here. Big move up. Now fading a little bit, but really just back down to support so far. This one's been leading off of the bottom, I do believe. Well, SanDisk looks more constructive overall. Interesting. So yeah, I'm still undecided here, and I guess it makes sense being undecided on a lot of these plays, considering we're going into NVIDIA earnings tomorrow. So that is going to be what really matters for most of these, and I can't wait to see what we get live. We're going to be doing our best to trade some of that live, and that's why we are doing no earnings stream today or yesterday, because we're just saving all of our energy up for that amazing NVIDIA stream that's coming around the corner, guys. This is going to be the big pivot point of the market. Let's take a look at NVIDIA's chart here while I yap. This is going to be the deciding factor for the next week or so here, I do believe. We want to see if chips have the juice in the tank to basically say, hey, I know we've made monster runs, but NVIDIA is only made a pretty big run. Still a great move, but I think it could go a lot more if they post really great earnings, which they always do. But what we want to see is the market respect them and say, hey, this is a reason to send the sector higher. So what I'm watching here is this downtrend line that we are cracking. We are back testing right now, and you'd really like to see this nice volume today that came in be the bottom and scoop off of these moving averages. So we're going to watch this intraday into the close here. Looking a little better than the market as a whole in my book. Well, would you look at that retest and go, that's something. So definitely mark this level out, guys. 734. That's an area of interest for sure. That is as close as you can get to giving back the entire move while still holding it. So we'll see if that ends up forming a nice bottom. For NVIDIA, it does look like it's doing something similar there. So you had a little, let's go full screen. In that consolidation before the big move, you had a little push up, before it faded. So we can look at that level. And that is where it is. So you can consider this a bullish order block, this level, because it came down, and then when it reclaimed, it surged straight through. And it's just been retested and did find a buyer so far. Not too shabby. So bulls want to see a higher low on these risk-on names. Obviously, bears want to see this get flushed, and then the back test would be what really matters right there to see if we can push on down lower. Bear path there. Bull path. Climb moving averages. Sweep that swing high. Pull back a little. And then go for the push back up here. We will see which we get. I'm hoping that we get the curl up. Let's see what you guys are trading. Anything popping off right now? I'm a little low energy today, guys. I threw my back out last night. Did not sleep well. So saving up all of my energy for that Nvidia. It's going to be so good. I'm really looking forward to that stream. That being said, we do have big movers today. NXXT. This one's up 188%, and this is a Next Energy. Next Energy, okay. Is this going to be the natural gas play? I always forget. Is this right? Is FinViz messing with me? This doesn't look like it's up 130% now, does it? Oh, this is a 1 minute chart. Okay. Okay, guys. I thought I was looking at a daily chart going, that's not 100%. That makes more sense. That makes more sense. That's 130%. Wow. All right. Nobody saw that. Boy, howdy, that's a big move. I'm going to do some Google and figure out why that is, because I like that it's in that energy space. I assume natural gas, maybe not. Wild, wild move coming all the way to the IPO range base. And that is where it's finding sellers into these wicks that prior, when this thing first opened, it came down, found the buyer there bottom, tried to put in. Crazy move. It did get the double there. Then just liquidity event ever since then. So now we're finally showing enough interest after months of basing here, or at least a couple months of basing, to push on up here into this key area. I would imagine. I'd imagine it needs to pull back just a little bit at least. But I'm not shorting that. That looks terrifying. If it gets a big red candle here, then maybe we get a chance to short it off the 94 or something here. But it is losing the 100 handle right now. Keep an eye on that. SPY here trying for our higher low that we're looking for. Nice and constructive if it can consolidate and get back above this zone that we're watching, the 736. Give me 1 sec while I check on this news here. See, on NXXT, it's got a 6.5 times its average 20-day look-back volume. But still can't figure out what actually is going on there narrative-wise. I'm going to look into that a little bit more in a second. But before then, we do have another 100% mover, now 103% on the day in WNW. I do want to check that one out as well. NXXT, yeah, that's why I didn't want to short it there. Okay, I'm wrong. It doesn't need to cool off. That thing's just put in an explosive candle for 15% there. It sure looks like it wants to keep on pushing. So keep on watching. This one looks explosive. You could tag in here with a stop under this low. Should we do it with 5 shares for fun? Let's try a momentum setup here. This is scary, so immediately I'm going to put a stop underneath. I'm in, putting the stop underneath, risking about $10 for a potential surge to, we would take a 20-cent move. The idea here is that was a big candle, pulled back a little bit, but the risk to reward, very good, because if it loses this, okay, fine. That was a top wick rejection. Maybe it sets up for a short. But if it doesn't, well, hey, we can just ride with whoever this big buyer is who just decided, hey, we're not done. We're reclaiming the one and pushing on higher. Now that I'm in, I do have to frame it correctly. So let's go and find this on a hourly chart or so, figure out where the next spot is. Yeah, 118. 118 good for a trim, and that will just be a pop over this little thing, and there's an imbalance at 133. Actually, that's looking decent. Yeah, okay, I like that. 132. So a little more there if I get it. Just proof of concept here, y'all. Let's see if it works. We'll keep an eye on that. SPY still a little bit wilty, and we might not be ready to reclaim this moving average yet. That being said, it does look like strong names are trying to kind of hold in there in this kind of just wilty tape. And the strongest of them do seem like they're pushing up despite the weakness. LPTH here, just nice consolidation. Not too worried about this. And it's not too worried about SPY. But really, what I'm watching for directionality on the market as a whole is going to be Nvidia here in this next 5 minutes. I'd like to see a higher low on this pullback. It did respect the breakout level. So I'd like to see maybe just to VWAP here, 221.30, 221.50-ish, and then trying to push on out. Otherwise, could just be in a holding pattern for today. Stuck in the daily range. Yeah, not seeing a ton of interesting things going on. Gonna go check out some other small cap movers here in GIPR. This one's good for 75% on the day. And trading into this key level. You can see how high the volume is there. Nice pin area. Yeah, it's the high of the day. So we can watch and see if this is another potential W setup. Got a nice neckline. There's the W. This is potential higher low here. So this is another one similar to that AMST that we're currently in. Currently barely green on it. No, just went red. Let's take a look at that one as well, and I'll keep this up as well. Does seem like SPY's trying to wash out just a little bit. If it can't hold this breakout level. Next area of interest, 733. 733. AMST is starting to work for us. I want to try to add in just a little bit of size because it's still very small. There's some imbalances there that I'd like to get filled at. This low volume node, it's trying to push through here. Okay, very strong, very strong. So now I'm not going to get filled on that lower one probably. There's this high volume shelf that I'd be fine joining in with. If it does wick back here, awesome. All right, nice, got that little piece. And still only at 100 shares, guys. So nothing to write home about. Not looking to make a lot of money here. Just want to work on honing my system for pyramiding into these positions. So the idea is, all right, we've gotten the W starting to not necessarily confirm, but be more likely. We're seeing this nice volume coming in for the bulls, and we want to play along with these big buys. So this big buy came in, it came back to the breakout. So we should have been a buyer there. Didn't see it. If this buy came in, if it comes back to here, I want to be a back test buyer as well. And I want to kind of keep on adding size as long as it is working. And we're still so far under target. First target is the neckline, but really we're looking for getting back up here into this high volume node. That's where we'd be taking a lot of size off. But we'd still be leaving runners for continuation. Like in this low volume node, and $2 round number as a target to take some off. And now we have the expansion candle forming a fair value gap. So this is just a little bit of a gap here, which we can say, hey, if price washes back into it, it'll match, line up with these moving averages that come up and give us a nice place to get in there too. Just gonna stack some of these orders so that when there's a red candle, it might clean us up or, get us in more. Talk mentioning a few minutes ago that he believes that Nvidia will lead as far as inference, but he's not an analyst, and Blackwell 200 is coming out later this year. Yeah, I feel like it's so easy to get caught up in narratives one direction or the other with the semiconductor stuff. So I'm just gonna fall back onto technicals because it's so much easier for me. So I saw a little bit of cracks in semiconductors. I took that move, got a 20% gain in SOXS. Closed half, we'll see. If it comes all the way back, then fine, I'll shut that down at break even for a 10% scalp to the downside in a few days. Hey, that's fine too. But if I don't even want to say right, I don't even necessarily think that we're going much lower, but I just want to think in bets here, and that trade's been free rolled. And if we do get significant downside, well, I'm in at SOXS, like $9 or something. So that's not too shabby if we do get more of a 5% pullback on those kind of names, 5-10%. AMST, finding a few sellers, probably kind of pushes down just a tiny bit to give us a chance to get involved with new buyers who are sitting here watching this thing off the bottom going, hey, maybe it can make another crazy run. Because when you have the volume, when you have the biggest move in the day, a lot of people are going to be looking at this chart. And we framed it on the high time frame as an area of interest, rough area of interest to potentially catch and look at it as a back test. So now it's time to see if it'll play out. This downtrend line, just kind of setting it with this little push up, still could take some time to wash through or to power through. So we're going to be watching the strength on these pullbacks and make sure that they're forming higher lows and keeping the structure good. Meanwhile, GPR put in a potential reversal candle there. I really like these types of moves because they give me a really tight way to define my risk. It's a tiny stock. Considering playing just for fun. See if it lets me in. Okay, stop immediately goes under that wick. I'm buying with that buyer. I don't want to be a part of it otherwise. All right, getting the move on GIPR, of course. Tiny share size. It's under $1, so I don't like playing these anyway, but the pattern looked good, so I wanted to show it to you guys. That's what you do when you see one of these big bottom wicks and it's in the right kind of spot for a potential high or low pattern. You can just tag right on in wherever it kind of looks decent. I had to chase it just a bit there on that candle to get filled at all. So we'll see if this one does stick. If it backtests this high volume area at 39, heck, we'll add. Why not? That'd be break even. Just proof of concept for y'all. I'm trying not to get too excited. If I move my neck too much, I get back spasms. So, so bear with me. We're gonna be chill trading here today. Meanwhile, I do want to mention, guys, we have some really, really cool stuff coming up on the calendar for Trade the Pool. We got some big events in the works. So first off, tomorrow, like I said, we are going to be doing a NVIDIA party stream here. We're going to have at least a couple of us on. I'm not sure how many people can show up, but we're going to get as many as we can in here to basically have a round table, celebration party if we go up. group therapy if we go down. No, either way, we're going to be talking about what we're seeing in NVIDIA, the implications for the market as a whole, and it's going to be a great time and a very important one for your long-term accounts, right? You want to see where these chips are going to settle, what the kind of narrative is looking like in the next couple months here, because we are very elevated on semiconductors. Although Nvidia is the one that I would bank on, pumping the whole sector if it can turn the corner here. So far, it's been pretty underwhelming in the chip space. I don't know why I'm acting like it's down. It's still up. Still been a great move, but I think it could do better. I think it has room if the narrative aligns with the potential technical setup there. So be sure to join us, guys. It'll be right. We're going to be starting half an hour before the bell, and it'll be going on right on through the earnings. They love to report at 4:20, so we're going to be there ready to go. That's the first thing. Second thing is we are going to be doing a head-to-head challenge with our traders. Let me double check on the details here, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So yeah, we are going to be doing a 1v1 competition, guys. So you can enter to basically go up head-to-head against me, against Michael Noss, against Mitch, and see how you fare against a quote-unquote professional trader. It's going to be a good time. It'll be really interesting to see, because honestly, guys, I know a lot of you're small cap heroes, and you're going to find these big movers, and you're going to smoke me in profits, and I'm okay with that. My system might not be getting the most every day, but it's for me, it's nice and consistent. So I wanna see you guys come in here, show me what you got, maybe get a nice 100% shares move, like I know Josh is always ranting and raving about. We've caught a few on stream, but really it's not my wheelhouse. So maybe I'll have to just put the pedal to the metal. Either way, guys, be sure to stay tuned. We're going to be starting that in the next week. And the last thing coming up around the corner, not quite yet, but I want to just start putting it on your radar as AMST also sets up in a nice flag here. We did not get filled, so this is definitely going to the moon, right? That's how it works. Anyways, what's coming up around the corner is we're going to be doing another challenge, just like our Market Madness challenge, but we're going to be doing a FIFA challenge, a soccer to go along with that tournament there. So it'll be a good time. That one is going to be starting just around the corner. Let me get the date for you. In a couple weeks in June. Of course, I'm missing the information at my fingertips now, so I'll confirm that before the stream ends. But yeah, really, really cool stuff on Trade the Pool's radar coming up here. Don't miss out. We're going to be doing more and more giveaways as well, guys, so be sure to stay tuned. Don't forget, same deal with the earnings tomorrow for NVIDIA. You have a chance to win a 25K account this time. So be sure to tune in and cast those votes. I'm sitting here waiting for a little bit of a pullback to get in on this 21 moving average and the 50 moving average, as this does look like it's going to start curling on up and out here for us. But NVIDIA and SPY not putting on much of a show here, just kind of limping on down. We have 3 minutes till the mock candle there, and 13 altogether in the trading session. So GIPR, this is an interesting one. Again, we have this higher low pattern setting in, and these are nice valid entries as well to add in. Let's see. Looks like maybe AMST ad hit. Okay, we got in. Of course, this is going to shut me out of these in 3 minutes. So just for proof of concept, we'll watch the trades anyway. But I want to see if these can go. They probably go after hours, so I will re-enter the AMST at least. Probably don't need both of them. NVIDIA broke its 5-minute low, so a little bit of relative weakness there, and it should probably pull tech and SPY down a little bit here as well. Not too exciting of a trading session, and if you look at the daily candles, we're mostly doing a whole lot of nothing, hanging out relatively close to the entry. So indecision on the tape into NVIDIA earnings. One thing that's less indecisive though, that's USO. Still an inside bar day, but man, this is a very strong hammer candle if it closes anywhere close to here. And on the 15-minute chart here, I see a push high comes down, forms a nice higher low, valid new base, and then I see a push high to clear out the liquidity. I see more liquidity above, and I see price acceptance in the top half of the range. To me, this says all signs point up for oil, unless Nvidia sparks such a big semiconductor rally that the liquidity just gets sucked out of the space again right as it's starting to come back in. If we do get continuation in oil, here are a few that I'm in and what I'm looking for swings. I like natural gas as well as oil, so EXE, AR. I'm also in Chevron, the big boy. And this is just because, hey, if I want something that I can just set and forget, I think oil is going to be going up for a while, and I do not think that it's something that I really want to sell. Well, why not buy my favorite of the massive companies, you know? All right, there's the mock candle there. Hopping back over into the grid. It's a mock sell on SPY, by the way, and Nvidia. Worth noting there. A little bit of heaviness, and so far getting bought up, though. So I'm watching the AMST as well. Honestly, guys, I want to go take a nap after this, so I'm not going to re-enter. If you do, it could get the move after hours. I am hoping and praying that you guys get a massive green candle all the way up to this point of control here at 230. Chevron, we are seeing a mock sell in energy at the end of the day there. So interesting there. And looks like the market as a whole is just soaking on up all of these sell orders on SPY. We're going to watch in 5 minutes where that ends up. Yeah, Talk's mentioning the imbalances there. Mike's scalping CNEY. He's back and instantly in a trade. What do we got on CNEY? Oh, that's a nice little pop-a-rooney there. I like it. Let's give you a target before we head out. CNEY, we're going to pull up the grid. There it is. One minute charts on the right here. I'm going to put a 15-minute in the middle. Keep the daily on the left. Nice 15-minute flag breakout there. Boom. Mike's making money. Love it. Mike's making money. This just hit the 160 level that I have as a decent place of interest on this daily chart. We're going to have to zoom out to a weekly, but keep an eye on that 160. There might be a little bit of choppiness there holding us back, but otherwise I see, yeah, 155 to 160 is an area of interest where I could see pullback. Otherwise, if it gets through that, then 2 to 225 looks good. 2 to 220. Yeah, that's a level there. I think I like that pivot more. Yeah, if it can hold and digest over this 150, I think that you are good for another 50 cents here. 50 to 60 cents. Oh, HD. Home Depot had earnings. Let me look at those. Home Depot says core shopper, not shore copper. Core shopper is resilient in the face of higher gas prices. Sales rise 5%. We're looking at the chart here, basically flat on the day. I'm sorry, on the, that explains it. Yeah, there's the week. Let's find the day. Slightly up, still basically flat. But it posted a nice kicker candle here, so this might mark the bottom for HD. I know that I have a friend who's in it and was probably sweating into this print. Looks like it might be turning that corner. Let's keep an eye out on this one for the position trades, longer term. I want to pull up a monthly as well and see if this is meaningful support down here. Yeah, meaningful support. So you can look at it like this. HD was basing for months, in this 275 to 345 range before eventually breaking out and making a new all-time high. Then it kind of put a head and shoulders in, needed to come back down to earth a little bit. But what we're seeing is this order block didn't actually get tested, these lower wicks that were previously nice supports. We have this previous swing high there. And that looks nice. So this is like a pivot area. It overshot it a few times, so it isn't like the deepest support. That would be down here. And that would align perfectly with, yeah, the body of these candles. So just like that, just like this deep support for this base came off of the kind of, see that flip on the hourly or the daily candle there? So when we surge off of that, you come back into it and often you'll find the buyers there. So just like we did that for this one, when we do that here, offers another area to look for a bounce. So when you get this aligned with that that news of potentially good earnings, I'd have to go over them in closer detail to confirm, but it does seem like an area where you might start to make a bottom for a long-term trade. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Getting on back to SPY here. It's starting to take a dive into the end of the day. Wow, look at that, 632.61. I should have held those puts, it looks like. Oh, that's tilted. That's the way it goes, guys. That's the way it goes. Stopped out here. Here we are underneath that price. That's what I get. I really should have waited for this daily trigger. I had a, hourly trigger up here, and then this was the daily moving average, this zone. This was the 9 EMA. So that was the short opportunity there when we surged into it and back tested and failed. So for now, we are trying our best to hold at the very last level that we really could here. The 733-ish. And man, that is a tough one. That's a tough one. So now we've basically completely reverted this whole move, and I look at it as kind of just resetting the tape into the close. Let's take a look around and see where some of our swings are hanging out, though. LPTH, beautiful resilience there. Not worried about this one. I love the big buyer coming in here and it holding firm. I forgot to close an order on GIPR there. I'm up a quarter. I'm taking it off. No interest in being in these trades. What else? What am I missing, guys? I'm missing some setup. Oil. I wanted to look at oil into the close. Yeah, holding pretty good. Holding pretty decently here, and I think this is just setting up for a day 2 move tomorrow. Have one of my swings here in AR. Holding A-OK. Trying to hold this new range. We'll see if it sticks. CVX as well. Hoping it can climb that wall. Sell off a little bit concerning. Moving on over into the space complex, I do think this one's interesting for risk on. ASTS, very, very nice holding price action today. It washed out pretty severely under the pivot that we were looking for to get involved. So 85 is the pivot, especially when you have that high of the day there, forms a really nice range. Hey, if it breaks this, you're good to go. So hopefully this move does hold the next day or into the next day and seek some continuation. This has been a tough trader. If you're a swing trader like myself, I've stopped out on it twice now. In this choppy range, I tried it once here on the breakout. This stopped me out. Then I tried it here as well on a potential higher low, and that stopped me out. So now things are looking much more constructive. It's flipped these moving averages for the first time, and oh man, since it was trying to here, but this is a much cleaner flip, especially with today's price action where it pushed on down into that cluster. See the nice stack of the 79, 81, and 82 level. So that provides a really, really nice base of support to push off of there. Now that we're going to close near the high, I think it's ready to try to tackle up on into that 100 level. That's definitely the next level. So if we can flip 100 on volume, then we have a really big launch pad. You see all these high volume strikes down here? All this high volume node. If it flips, it'll be explosive. And I would like to see new highs and an expansion beyond, just like its brother Rocket Lab. This was an amazing chart. Really, really wish I got involved here. I just had trust issues from the ASTS, but now it's got the break of range, super, super strong break of range, and now it's respecting the moving averages, so I would imagine it consolidates and continues to climb. And I want to see ASTS do the same thing. So we are almost at the bell here at SPY, trying its darndest to get back up over our little 634 pivot that we broke out from in the in the afternoon there. So decent recovery there, and this is going to make the daily candle look just a little bit better. Nvidia almost broke low of day before smashing up here for a close right about at the open. I'm going to look over these daily candles and assess the situation. Give the day an ocular pat down real quick, and that'll send y'all on your way. Pencils down. Pencils down. What did we get for the close? Let's clear this chart up. This daily candle's lying to you. I gotta pull it up elsewhere. I'll find you the information we need. That's more like it. Not the best daily candle, guys. It closed under the 9 EMA. It rejected the 5 EMA. That's what it found up there to reject so cleanly. Now we've got the first close under the 9 EMA since the whole rally started, guys. I don't know. Pretty spooky. Looking at semiconductors, SMH. Second close in a row under the 9. This one did come down, almost test the 21. Could not quite get there. Let's see if its brother SOX did. SOX did. There it goes. Okay, so I think this is the index we watched. More important than SMH. So we are pinching. Still very undecided on these in terms of which direction they actually break out in. DRAM here looks to me like this looks like a little, I want to say weaker. They're both pretty darn strong still. This one did even reclaim its 9 moving average. So this might be a save stick. This might be all that it needs, or at least all that it needs right now to come up, maybe tackle this high volume node again. I'm trying to play these level to level because they're pretty hard to otherwise. They can really see a lot of volume come in at these pivot points and mess the trade up. So so keep an eye there. All right, guys. The very last thing I want to check in on is these oil plays. And man, yeah, don't fade a chart that looks like that in my book. Really, really nice break of this pennant. Really nice break of this high top little level here, this previous high. Now we got the break of this previous high today. And this thing looks ready for just another day of being tight, perhaps, or maybe it's just ready to break on up and out here, because I think this thing wants more. See, we do have a gap on USO as well that we just filled. Small pivot at 159, but I think it's more important to look at the futures. And you can see just how coiled this is, especially the futures where it's, the front, pricing in where it's expected to settle going forward. So you have that actually under the USO. Let me show you that. See how even though USO is tracking crude's down here in the weekly. Oh, wait, let's put it on a weekly. Yeah, there it is. Crude hasn't broken its highs yet. USO has. So people are still expecting, the market's still expecting crude to chill out, right? I think I'm reading that right. Therefore, if they're wrong, this can catch up even faster. We could see a pretty explosive move. And I think our energy names do real well. This weekly chart, incredibly, incredibly coiled. And I would love it if this giant cup and handle pattern played out. We'll see. We'll see. And you're seeing this on a lot of natural gas names. A little sloppier here, but pretty decent as well. Yeah, it's not too bad. A little sloppy on the overshoot. This might be my favorite of the charts. This giant ascending triangle here. Back tested. Last time we saw anything remotely close to that kind of pattern, at least on this chart, was in this consolidation before. Major move. This one's been consolidating much longer over this point of control that it's now pretty clearly flipped. Now it's riding the moving averages on the weekly up, and I think RRC is probably my top pick just to throw in the Roth and not worry about, because I think this one's set up for a lot of success here. All right, guys, I went 5 minutes over, but I think I covered everything I needed to send you on your way. So, the very last thing, space. I still like RDW. This is my play. Got in at 750 average. I just added at 1380 or so literally basically right where we're at. And the idea is, hey, I think that this pullback that we're just seeing after the pop this week, just back testing before we eventually move higher into the SpaceX IPO. ASTS as well. Just a little starter on this one through 85. And so far, so good. We shall see. We shall see. Those are the setups. And let's check back in tomorrow, guys. So remember, we have Nvidia earnings after the bell tomorrow. It's going to be a blast. Be there or be square. But we're also going to be doing talking more about our new events coming up. We're going to be doing a one-on-one challenge versus some of our traders in here. You have a chance to go up against these guys, as well as right around the corner, we are going to be doing the another big round robin style tournament. So I'll have all of the details for you on that tomorrow, but what I do know is that it's going to be a blast, and it'll give you a chance to win a lot of great prizes, including those big juicy 25K prop accounts. Remember, there's one on the table tomorrow night for Nvidia. Forgive me. All right, guys, my back's acting up. I need to go lie down. I'm an old man, but we're gonna be sharp tomorrow. Thanks for bearing with me here. Have a great day, guys, and we will do it all again tomorrow. Take care, and see you then.